Me. If you've never been to this space, ours is a space that looks at developments in the news, but then with a healthy dose of open source intelligence, open source analysis, most of which is drawn from great accounts here on Twitter who do that kind of work. In addition to looking at the news, we are also trying to bring people's skills up. So whether you're completely new to open source intelligence or whether you've been working on it for a while, we try to present some tools and techniques so that everybody can sort of bring their skill up. And then finally, we often, when we find good projects that people have been working on, we like to bring them on to give presentations. We try to do that every couple of sessions with the goal that it introduce it to the community and create some opportunity for collaboration so that we can get some networking going. My spaces rely heavily on the nest, which is the area at the top of the screen where you can include links to tweets. And if you were to have a look there, the tweet that's furthest to the right, if you scroll all the way to the end, that is, it starts with the invitation to today's space. But if you were to click through that, there's a thread. In that thread are essentially my speaking notes or agenda. And if you wanted to look through that thread, then you can perhaps get ahead of the curve. You might find some subjects that interest you. And if you then develop any questions or comments, when we come to that point in the conversation, then we'd invite anybody to come up to speak. You can request the mic. It's the button in the bottom left of the Spaces window. As we're going along, if you enjoy the conversation, we would appreciate it if you would retweet it so that we can get as many people engaged as possible. And that's the button in the bottom right corner. The reason I use the Nest so much is so that I try to find sources for almost all the points that I'm going to speak to. That's first of all, so that you don't have to take my word for it. You can go and read the source yourself. And it also allows that if any of it really interests you, then you can go away, take that as background reading and as a launching point to learning more about the matter. Looking at the second item from the right, I'll note that while I was prepping for our conversation today, I was listening to friends of ours who run the account Tochny, and their conversations are with experts. They tend to do deeper dives into issues in Ukraine, and they're entirely focused on Ukraine. We have a little bit of subject matter overlap, but we're coming at it a little bit more from the OSINT angle, and to that end, we also discuss matters a little further afield if there's good OSINT work being done, regardless of where it is around the world. But I would encourage you, I think Tochny, I know when I had to leave them about 10 minutes ago, they were still running. It was a great space today. They may still be running. But when they finish, the recording of that conversation will be there for you at that link. The third item from the right is our sort of little community calendar, which we developed because the Twitter search feature for Spaces is not very good. And we have, maybe half a dozen people who fairly regularly will host Spaces, whether they're focused on Ukraine or on OSINT. And it was, the calendar was for us to coordinate, but then other people found it useful to see what was on in terms of Spaces. And we thought that if we had it, we would add on outside events as well, because there's just so much material and conversation. It's really hard to keep track of it all, unless you do it in an organized way like this. So if you were to click on that tweet, there's a link to an outside service, a web service called TeamUp. And when you click through to the individual entries, if it's an upcoming event, there's usually a registration page. And if it's something that's already happened, there's usually a link to the recording. So 2 upcoming events, we can't highlight them all, but 2 interesting ones coming up in the next few days. The first is a conversation that is being put on at I believe it's the University of South Florida, at their essentially foreign policy school. It's the Global and National Security Institute. And it's a subject we chat about in our Spaces sometimes, because we have the benefit of people who are looking at the grain deal closely. And their talk is on hunger as a weapon, and whether it's still an effective weapon and how it's being used at the moment. The other upcoming event is it's a talk that's being held by a university here in Canada. I'm Canadian, by the way, and it's a conversation with the war correspondent Tim Mack, who is over in Ukraine. We've had friends of ours interview a couple of war correspondents, and it's always an interesting conversation. If you see any events coming up that you think are particularly interesting, that might be interesting, good for the community to keep an eye on, feel free to DM me either to DM me or DM my co-host Jacoby or Planet Baroque, who is a listener here in the audience, and we will add it to the calendar. There were some interesting podcasts that came out in this past week. I think that's about the 4th item from the right, tweeting titled podcasts. Just to highlight a few of them, there is one that was put up by the International Partnership for Human Rights, and it's a conversation. I'll put it up individually in the Nest, but it's a conversation about how to survive in hell, the reality of the Belarusian prison system. And we have had several conversations about political prisoners. We'll have some updates on that subject today. And so, it's interesting looking at it from the perspective of what would life be like for these political prisoners. There is also an upcoming episode of the Foreign Office podcast, which is one that's produced by Michael Weiss, who breaks a lot of interesting stories, often writing for Yahoo News. And in this session, he was speaking with Jack Margolin, who is essentially an open source investigator into conflicts around the world. And their conversation is about Wagner and its activities, not just in Ukraine, but around the world. So I think that may be an upcoming episode. I don't think it was out as of yesterday, but you can keep an eye on Michael Weiss's account for when it's released. The next item up in terms of podcasts, and again, I'll put it individually in the nest, is a conversation with a regular friend of the space, Exit 266, who does terrific work researching progress on the Black Sea Grain Initiative. There were significant developments there because there was a deadline on May the 18th, and it came right down to the wire. There had been no word about breakthrough, and then in the last, I think, 12 hours or so, news broke that they would be extending the arrangement on the current terms, more or less, for another 60 days until July the 18th. And we wanted to discuss it in our last space, but that space was so engaging on some military matters that we didn't get around to it. And so Exit held her own space. I joined. It was a very interesting conversation. And we spoke about some aspects of the Black Sea Grain Initiative that don't often get touched on. We talked about the implications of the likely outcome of the Turkish election. And we spoke about things like, well, what happens if Crimea is liberated? How would that influence the initiative? We also talked about the fact that while nominally 3 ports are permitted to be used to load grain, at the moment Russia is essentially blockading the largest of them. And under the arrangements of that initiative, they have to approve ships, and they're just not approving any for that one. So there were lots of interesting details on the grain initiative in that talk. There's a new episode of the Russia Contingency, which is the podcast put together by Michael Kaufman in collaboration with War on the Rocks. Always an interesting conversation. He decided to talk about Bakhmut with his guest Aaron Stein, who writes about lots of military matters. He's a good account here on Twitter to follow as well. Just a reminder that the Russia Contingency is a subscriber-only podcast, but it regularly puts out good content, so you might want to look into that. Finally, there was a podcast. It's one that's produced by the Kiev Independent. They've been doing good work. They're now on their 8th episode, and this conversation was about the work of Ukrainian air defense. And that's a podcast that's hosted by Anastasia Lapatina. So lots of interesting content this week. I will keep going. I'll probably chat for maybe another 10 minutes about resources, and then we'll get into Ukraine updates just by way of timing. I'm now having a look at some resources that were highlighted this week. It's the 5th item from the right in the nest. It's titled Resources. The first is a guide that was put out by a known OSINT account called Dutch OSINT Guy. And it's some techniques that he recommends using if you want to investigate whether you think some imagery may have been AI generated. And I know that, a lot of us might roll our eyes and think, oh, it's easy enough to tell whether something's computer generated or not. But there are definitely examples coming out where it's getting harder and harder to tell. And there have been several notable examples not just the dope coat Pope and, Elliot Higgins of Bellingcat generating Trump being arrested. Those are simple enough to tell. But there was a recent instance where Amnesty International, in writing about human rights matters in, I believe it was Venezuela, but in South America in any event, they decided in one of their reports to use some AI-generated imagery. And it had some weird artifacts in it, like not generating some of the flags correctly. And they drew some criticism for using that in the human rights report, where, integrity of the material you're presenting, that you're very confident that everything you're seeing is real. The editorial decision to use AI content, was generated a lot of questions. So anyway, that's a guide to, if you suspect it may be AI generated, steps you can take to try to check. The next set of resources are in the tweet from Cyber Detective that should show up in the front of the nest in just a moment. Again, Cyber Detective does great work essentially curating OSINT tools. We've used many of her posts in the past, including her recently released 21-day guide for how to learn Python programming for OSINT. In this case, she's put together a GitHub repository with several tools to do OSINT into websites that you may need to investigate. Finally, there was a report put out this week by RUSI, which is the Royal United Services Institute in the United Kingdom, who do terrific technical analysis. And they put out a report called Meat Grinder, a review of Russian tactics in the second year of its invasion. And these reports tend to be packed with details. For example, I think it should show up in the nest at the front in just a moment. But for example, the excerpt that Michael Weiss drew out from it was the note that Ukrainian troops will report that Russians often appear to be under the influence of amphetamines or narcotics, and that material recovered on the battlefield indicate that these are commonly taken in liquid form. And it's one thing to hear speculation about that sort of thing, but it's a different thing when it comes from a reputable organization like RUSI, where they're actually reporting on finds from the battlefield in terms of the actual, not just that Russian soldiers may be under the influence, but that they're finding, drugs and drug paraphernalia. So that was it for resources. Sometimes I'll mix the order of conversation up in order to spread my voice out a little bit and draw others into the conversation. In this case, we are hoping that we'll be joined by Language Learner, who many of you know as a gentleman who's dedicated to the Ukrainian cause, and he did great battlefield reports for many months, and he has become a little more directly engaged, doing some work over in Eastern Europe. The hope is that he will join us as he's put together some material recently on tactical combat casualty care that we'd like to highlight. We'll hold off on bringing that up until he may join. If he's unable to join us, then we'll make sure to highlight it before we wrap. But in his absence, you may just have to deal with me discussing news updates primarily. To that end, if any of the news catches your attention, I do encourage you to come up so that we can get a bit of a conversation going. Before jumping into the news updates, each session I like to look for good examples of OSINT work from the last few days that may have escaped people's attention. So I'll run through a few of those. The first is an interesting story put out by Inform Napalm. And in this case, they're once again reporting on Ukrainian hackers. And what they've done is there's a gentleman named Victor Netiksho, who is wanted on, he's a Russian, and he's wanted on war crimes. And apparently he is also on the US's FBI most wanted list for interference in the 2016 election. And interestingly, apparently authorities didn't have a picture of him. And in this case, the hackers went and they managed to gain access to the emails of his wife. And by going through her emails, managed to find the first known picture of him. So, it's an interesting story. The details are in their thread. I'll note Inform Napalm, does interesting work, particularly on the cyber front. They also reported the story about a month ago of hackers who got access to the emails of the wife of a Russian pilot and colonel, and pulled off the unique social engineering of having this pilot's wife arrange a photography session on the tarmac of a Russian Air Force base where all of the wives were wearing their husbands' tunics with their medals. And that was, an interesting little breakthrough in terms of getting identities of the pilots and some insight into the airfield. So keep an eye on Inform Napalm for similar stories. Another good example, just in terms of gathering a bunch of the available information, it's a regular in our conversation, Oliver Alexander. He's chatting about the airstrike in Mariupol that happened a day and a half ago, where people weren't sure if the strike was aiming at a helicopter base or what it may have been. And he suggests that it was a command center and has some of the details to back up his theory. So have a look at that tweet. Another interesting bit of OSINT work from a friend of our space who often drops in to listen to us and do some work with us. It should appear in the nest in just a moment. It's a tweet by Radio and Nukes, and he does great work on radio and jamming and radar. And he wanted to look at the Russian response in terms of visible air defense radar use following the shoot down of the 2 jets and 2 helicopters near Bryansk. And, part of the hope is that by looking at activity levels and their changes, we might be able to draw some inference about whether, if they were dramatically ramping up air defense, that could potentially suggest, corroborate the theory that they believe it was Ukrainian air-to-air missiles. Of course, the Ukrainians came out and said that no, it was air defense. It was ground-based Ukrainian air defense systems that took the planes out. But looking at the Russian radar response is one way to see how the Russians may have interpreted it. For example, if it had been Russian-friendly fire, you might have expected a lot of variability in radar use as they're sort of working out their policies. But I thought it was an interesting angle to take, so I'd encourage you to check that thread out. On the philosophical front, there was a post that was put up by Jack Watling, who is one of the senior authors at RUSI, which I already referred to. And he put up a thread about understanding numbers in intelligence reports, which I think is an important thing to consider. And he uses the example of trying to estimate how many drones Ukraine may use in a month. And, because in a recent report, they had come out and said that they used roughly 10,000. And I don't know how much pushback he got on that or people asking him to substantiate it, but he essentially explained that the precise number doesn't matter. It's probably more important to consider the scale, and that, of course, the rate of attrition in drones would vary quite a bit with the overall intensity of fighting. And he explains some of the ways he used to estimate the number. So I thought it was more the philosophical elements of it that were interesting to me in understanding that these numbers don't have to be precise, and that when you see them, you shouldn't take them as particularly precise. It's more about understanding how the number was derived. I'll go through just a handful more interesting examples. So because we are interested in OSINT from around the world, I'll highlight a couple of international good examples. The first is an investigation that was done into purchasing weapons in the United States to be smuggled into Latin America. And it is pretty interesting research, and they had mapped it out with putting events into ArcGIS to get a sense of the geographical flows. It was brought to my attention by All Source News, who covers OSINT into cartels, particularly in Mexico. And he's come and discussed with us his work before. So I thought I would highlight that in case you're interested in whether it be access to firearms, whether it be Latin American politics, or just interesting OSINT work. I thought it was a great example. The next item that I'm putting up is an investigation that was done by the BBC, looking at use of digital control in Venezuela, not only to limit access to certain content, but also to push out propaganda that's pro-regime, and to disseminate some things that would be misinformation. And looking, we talk about these usually in the context of Russia. So I think it's great that there are people who are applying these lenses to governments in other regions. The next item is an example, and we're getting toward the end, is an investigation that was done by the Washington Post. And it should appear at the front of the nest in just a moment, where the United States claimed they had killed a top al-Qaeda leader in Syria. And the Washington Post, I'm not sure if it's their visual investigations group who did it or not, but they went to try to confirm the identity of the person killed in the strike. And their investigation concluded the person who was killed was a local farmer who is not a top leader in al-Qaeda. And interestingly, since that story came out, the United States has now come out and said that they're not certain that they actually got the al-Qaeda leader. And so this is important because it's not just the political embarrassment of it. There's the humanitarian aspect as well as of potentially having killed an innocent person. But also the fact that if that al-Qaeda leader was not killed, then it's important for U.S. and allied intelligence to know that, because he then may still be out planning further strikes. So that was interesting work. The Washington Post appears to have put together quite a good visual investigations team, and they've put out interesting reports on things like violence in the Palestinian territories that I think was nominated for a Pulitzer. So it seems like they're sort of keeping up that trend. Two political notes, things I just thought were interesting. The first of which is that Russia released its sanctions list this week. And I think they added another 500 names to those sanctioned. And I just wanted to, in front of the community, offer a congratulations to Sam Bendet. Sam came to speak with us last Sunday about crowdsourcing networks for the purchasing of goods for the Russian military. And of course, he's an expert in drone warfare and artificial intelligence matters. And he was added to the sanctions list just this week, along with much of the team. So others who we often talk about, like Michael Kaufman, were also included there. But I thought it was worth the warning that if you come to speak with us as a guest, your profile might get high enough that you wind up on the Russian sanctions list, which might be a sales point for some of you. Last little note, and this is more, again, it's more like philosophy. It's a tweet by JD Work. He is I think, a very thoughtful cyber warfare researcher. And he tweeted about, so he's often observing the cyber industry. And he tweeted out about a nameless, company in the cyber industry who I guess they've been out there discussing domestic politics rather loudly. And he was essentially saying, like, look, whether you like it or not, if you're out there high profile with a political opinion, it's likely that consumers of intelligence will probably infer that politicization may have crept into your analysis and reporting, which isn't necessarily a stop talking about it. It's look, if you're a professional, you need to be aware this is a thing that will happen and govern yourself accordingly. And similarly, I mention it because for those among us who put out content, consider, for example, being pro-Ukrainian, I don't think is specifically politicized, but that the more you get into the minutia of political issues, it may have an impact on how people perceive your analytical output. And so I'm probably fairly well known as sticking mainly to the reviewing what's happening, occasionally posting analytical updates, but generally staying away from the political side of things. So I just wanted to put that opinion out there. Okay. Where are we? All right. Okay. I'll go through one last set of points before getting into some of the most recent news. I often like to put up, I see a couple of hands have come up. So I'll go to those first. Jacoby, go ahead.
I just had a housekeeping item that if you are enjoying what you're hearing and looking forward to further discussion in the space, please do retweet it out. And if you have any questions about what you're hearing or want to bring anything up to the attention of anyone who is in the speaker spot, please do request the mic and we'll try and bring you up. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Just before I see that we have one more hand up, I'm going to run through these points on the Ukraine overview, and then we'll go to hands, if you don't mind. So I often like to highlight a couple of items about what's happening in Ukraine. Often I will bring in several mappers so that you can compare. For many weeks, the front line hasn't been moving very much except around Bakhmut, and even there, moving very slowly. I wanted to note that, so I've included the Institute for the Study of War, their maps, and that DEFMON, who had been producing, interesting maps for many months, as the front line was moving very slowly, he had not put out an update for probably about a month. And he put out his first update yesterday as an overview. And I think he's still very much interested in the subject. I suspect that once the front begins to move again, hopefully he'll, keep up his great work. So I would say keep an eye on his account. The two items that maybe aren't getting a lot of attention in the moment regarding movement or potential movement along the front line are there was an article put out by the Washington Post that will show up in the front of the nest in just a moment, talked about ongoing Ukrainian efforts to cross the Dnieper in little efforts to test Ukrainian defenses and also to keep pressure. Now, whether that's a fixing operation to keep the threat in mind, so that the Russians have to keep forces there as opposed to moving them more centrally to Zaporizhia, where an offensive may come, or whether they're serious probing attempts to see whether it would be feasible to pull off a river crossing. That's not clear, but I just wanted to keep it in people's minds that this is a bit of a cat and mouse game that continues. Then the last item, which will go up in the nest in just a moment. It's a tweet from Misfit, who's a regular around here. And he noted reports that the Russians have actually flooded fields in several territories in the Zaporizhia region, which caught my attention because we previously had conversations with David Helms, who is a specialist in weather and hydrology, looking at river levels and so on. And when he was on with us last, about 2 weeks ago, I had asked him about how the Ukrainians had used flooding north and west of Kiev in order, to slow the Russian advance down. And I had said, do you think the Russians might use something similar? And his response was that, well, it's so dry for the most part, despite the heavy rains, that there aren't a lot of water reservoirs that could be used in a similar way in that region. And it's interesting seeing this report from Misfit, where apparently they're saying that specific irrigation reservoirs have had to be used. And I question the defensive value of that, in that while it may make the ground in the flooded regions impassable for a little while, I don't know whether the volume of that, if the offensive doesn't begin for another 2 weeks, I suspect that whatever effect of this flooding may be, it will have dissipated by that time. So I don't know whether it suggested the Russians thought offensive in that area was imminent, but just the very fact that they used the tactic caught my attention, so I wanted to pass it on. Okay, we have a couple of hands, so we'll go to them before I continue. We'll go to Aaron first, because I think it may be a quick update, and then Toshi. Go ahead, Aaron.
Thanks, Michael. I'm certainly pleased with and what I'm reading in the nest about the 60 most readily available airframes, those F-16As, A's and B's. And I think that if they get these, 60, that's pretty much more than most of their combat airframes right now. They have lost they've lost a good portion of their fighter capability. This is going to add a tremendous amount of capability if they can get them. But the problem is, people need to remember that the F-16s, when they get them, they're not going to get them in time for the counteroffensive. It's probably going to be next 4 to 6 months, or even longer, right? They have to train these pilots, and this is a long-term operation. I know they need the planes now. The fighters that they have now, even from Slovakia and Poland, their service life, they've been nearing the end of their service life. So it's important to be realistic. I think it's great that they're going to get these, and this is going to add a heck of a lot more air-to-air capability if they can get them. 60 would replace that. That's enough to certainly replace all of the Su-27s and MiG-29s. But again, that's still a ways away. They're going to have to continue to do with what they have, at least for now. This is a long-term plan, just to remind everybody. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. I'm glad that you're excited about the F-16s. I do have some material to present on that in a moment. We'll run through hands before I get into the updates. To that end, Random, I saw your hand go up. Did you want to speak about F-16s? And if so, maybe you just are able to wait a moment?
Yeah, I'm going to put my hand down and wait, because I figured we'll get to that topic eventually, because I also am excited about flying bird machine thing.
I know it's your favorite subject. Okay. We've also been joined by Toshi. And for those of you who may not have been in spaces for very long, Toshi is our friend in Japan. And I understand he woke up specially to come and join us. I think he's very excited that the G7 meetings just wrapped, and they were held, of course, in Hiroshima, in Japan. And so I would love to hear from you, Toshi. What's on your mind?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm a little early wake up. If my voice is not clear, I'm sorry. So I would like to the report about this summit is very, very exciting, and more the people watch the TV news of the big ceremony or big accident in nationwide news, and so and also the this Hiroshima G7 summit is a very remarkable historical point, I think, and because of the many of the nations, and not only to the G7 countries and global South, India and other nations leaders is come and discussion and directly talking each other. So I think this this G7 summit is very successful and strong message to the China and Russia. We are not agree to your act to the world. So okay. I would like to the website and tweet interesting, but I'm sorry, my smartphone and computer is not worked in now. So I would like to sending to the website and tweets, not only by myself. I would like to send you, and please watch and check after I'm talking. Okay, I would like to point out to the few things. At first is the permission of the flight over the mainland of the China matter. You know, in flight control, recently we are able to watch the flight radar 24, and so maybe few of the member in this space is already to checking of the Mr. Zelensky's flight by the French Air Force plane. Now it seems to safe and flight over the North American airfield in somewhere. So, okay, back to story. The China is permission to the French airplane fly over the mainland of the China, but Thailand, maybe Laos, is not permission to the flight over. So it is. I think it is a message. China is not so strong to support the Russian act. If they would like to support Russia by strong, maybe they are not permission to the flight over of the French Air Force plane over the mainland of China.
So you make a great point, Toshi. And so this was something that had caught my attention as well. So if you're in the audience, if you have a look at the third tweet in the nest, it's an item by Sophie Petter, who covers French politics. And she noted the same thing that Toshi did, that China and India both permitted overflight of the French aircraft that carried Zelensky. And that's being taken as, a positive diplomatic sign. So it's an interesting way that OSINT, by tracking the flight path, interacts with diplomacy in a way. And so I think Toshi's point that perhaps China is signaling being a little bit more friendly to Ukraine than had been anticipated is good news. But Toshi, if you have a few more comments, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And secondary is Japanese people and the Japanese government is very positive to the Ukraine and more the Mr. Zelensky, and so and more very clearly to the radical West Wing. The radical part of the is against the beating to the Mr. Zelensky's beating to Hiroshima. So it is I would like to say it became to the clear who is the string, who is the pull the string of them in to against to the Mr. Zelensky, and so. Maybe and some very small part of the people is against this meeting in the G7 summit. So it is clear who is put the string to them. Okay, and next is Ukraine tried to stop to the India to support the Russia. So Mr. Zelensky talked to the Mr. Modi, and it is stopping to the supply of the high-tech parts or high-tech devices to Russia. Maybe, of course, they need to the Russian-made oil and food. They need, of course, but maybe. Okay, I will pay the money for the oil and the food, but we are not able to selling to the high-tech device from India to Russia. And so, okay. And finally, it is not a serious one. In a little funny story, and the Japanese police advice to the road audience how to act in the view of the cars in front of them, passing to for example, Mr. Zelensky and Mr. President of the United States. So it is there showing to the audience in the roadside. Okay. After this conversation, I would like to sending these topics, and after you can enjoy in after this space, please. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Toshi. I'll have one or two follow-ups on your points, but I see Jacoby has her hand up, so we'll let Jacoby go ahead.
Sure. Thanks for being here, Toshi. I put some of the resources that you shared to me in DMs. I put them in the nest for anybody who's interested. There's one item that is, it's a couple items back probably now, about 6 back. There, you'll have to use your translation skills to look at them, but they're pretty useful resources to look at in relation to what he was talking about. And the one right in the front of the nest is several resources in one thread. And at the bottom of that, I just wanted to ask Toshi, and you can answer after, maybe Michael's questions are more germane specifically to what you were talking about, but I also wanted to raise the relationship between Japan and South Korea that seems to be warming a little bit at the moment. I'm just going to add an article from The Guardian about that and wonder if you had anything to say about that too.
So Toshi, if you're still with us, I don't know if you're muted or not, but just the question was about, do you see warming relations between Japan and South Korea?
Pardon?
Are you seeing any improvement in the relationship between Japan and South Korea? There have been reports of that.
Oh yes. It is, you already know almost 7 years. The relationship between the South Korea and Japan is a very hard and very cold situation because of these, the human rights of these Korean ladies in the World War II matters, and I think it is a very negative history from the Japanese side, and so. But I'm sorry to say, some group in the South Korea try to make an own profit by this matter, and after you can check in website in South Korea. Some group is make the donation, asking the donation in everywhere in South Korea, and so they are making the bit decorated house by these donations from the South Korea. Okay, so in Japanese people is now there are no negative reaction by meeting in the G7 summit with Mr. President in South Korea and Mr. President Kishida, and so I think it is a very good sign in just like a football. He is kicking the ball, and I receive and send back, and it is a good. It will start of the good relationship. Of course, I know that these complicated and difficult problem is still exist. But I think I feel it goes too well. Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks for that. The certainly warming relationships in the region offer potential for cooperation on security matters. So hopefully that direction continues. Just to highlight a few things that Toshi spoke about. I did have on my list of topics some of the results of the G7 summit. So I'll just move those up since we've raised the issue now. And if you have a look at the NEST, you'll see that several of the things that Toshi spoke to, he had generated links to source material. And so it's the second item that has some of the items that Toshi spoke to specifically. Things that I had drawn from the outcome of the G7 meetings, looking at the third item in the NEST article from the Kiev Independent, noting that Japan has now pledged additional support to Ukraine, including providing 100 vehicles, something like 30,000 food kits, and medical assistance for injured Ukrainian soldiers. I also know that in the past they've provided, significant numbers of demining equipment. So it's nice to see Japan continuing its support for Ukraine. Toshi also spoke to the meetings with several other leaders. Some of that I'll save until later in our conversation. Toshi did refer to Modi, the president of India, and the Indian response was also very positive, saying that they would do everything they could to support Ukraine. However, I guess it also came up in conversation that they don't at this time intend to impose sanctions that mirror Western sanctions. So that we'll do everything has a pretty big asterisk on it. But rhetorically, they seem to be pretty enthusiastic. Of course, we noted a moment ago that India also permitted overflight of the French aircraft carrying Zelensky, which is a good sign.
Japan also unveiled a new package of sanctions against Russia themselves, by the way.
Well, and for the most part, thank you, Random. That's a good point. For the most part, Japan has followed the West's lead in mirroring almost all of the sanctions that the European Union have put in. And so, that unanimity of intent is a great sign. I'll just highlight quickly a few other items that came out of the G7 summit. Looking, I think it's the fifth item back in the nest. I'll sort of go like fifth, sixth, seventh. Article from the Financial Times. Interestingly, they cast this visit to the G7 as an opportunity for Zelensky to confront Putin's enablers, referring specifically to India and Brazil. Now, that may have been dramatic, for catching eyeballs in the headline. I don't know how much Zelensky went with a confrontational mindset. We've discussed several times in this space that Zelensky seems to be taking, a firm but accommodating diplomatic perspective on many things. Like, for example, when China came out with its proposed peace plan, some in the West were quick to dismiss it, but Zelensky had essentially said, we appreciate the spirit behind it, while we may not agree with all the points within it. And so I doubt that Zelensky went to admonish anyone. And the positive response that he received from Modi of India, even if it was only rhetorical, is, I think, a demonstration that this approach of just consistently being positive and saying, we are on the right side here, you want to be on the right side with us, and remaining positive, even with regard to nations that are either neutral or attempting to work with both sides, he seems to be playing the long game to win over support in the long run, and I can appreciate that approach. Interestingly, though, looking at the sixth item in the nest, tweet by Edward Christie, apparently there were reports that came out in this Bloomberg article that aides and staff of the Brazilian delegation were unnerved by Zelensky's participation. Apparently, they weren't made aware that Zelensky would be visiting until Lula, the recently elected president of Brazil, was already in Japan. And they were quoted as saying they felt like it was a trap in order to create pressure for Lula to meet with Zelensky. And so whether Zelensky went with confrontational intent or not, certainly the Brazilians interpreted it as, political pressure. But apparently they didn't meet. And in fact, they're quoted in this article as saying that the Brazilian aides were worried Zelensky would show up for the photo op at the end of the summit, and that they would not have wanted Lula to appear in a group photo with Zelensky, but Zelensky didn't appear. He's not a member of the G7. In any event, it's not being very well received. That even if it was, it's not an official diplomatic position, given these are the quotes coming apparently from the aides, that's not a great sign. Jane, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. The one thing I'd say about that, it sounds like that was bad staffing and bad information flow. At least I'll give them a little bit of a break to say they may have gotten jumped to a certain degree. I'm not saying entirely, but some of that could just go down to really bad staff work. And they were clearly in a position they didn't want to be, but they could have come out of it much better.
That's entirely possible. I am positive that there are people who visit our spaces who have a better understanding of diplomatic processes and protocols than I do. I know that some of you guys work in these areas. It will be interesting to see whether these informal reports of the Brazilian delegation's position create enough pressure that they have to come out and clarify or repudiate those statements, or whether they just stay silent. That might be interesting all on its own. Random, go ahead.
I'm kind of the opposite opinion. I think they just based off Lula's opinions for the war in Ukraine and what he said about Russia, I entirely see it's possible that the members of the G7, who are mostly NATO members, didn't tell him specifically for a reason. Because there's like, oh yeah, we're bringing Zelensky. And then I mean, I could totally see him not telling him. At the same time that it's also, I mean, the fact of the matter is Lula's played his hand to show that he's more on the pro, like, I hate using the term BRICS, but he's more, he puts the B in BRICS in this case. But I mean, he's kind of shown his hand a little bit over the course of his months back into elected office. And I would not be surprised if they didn't tell him because they just didn't bother to get his opinion. So that's another thing. Cause there's always diplomatic statecraft going on involved in that. Gotta love the kabuki theater while you're in Japan.
I love the confirmation that Brazil puts the B in BRICS. A couple of last points on the G7. So I've repopulated. It's kind of wound up out of order here, so apologies for that. What should show up in the front of the nest in just a moment is the official G7 statement on Ukraine, in case you're curious. And those who reported on it seem to think it was a very positive, consistent message with what the G7 has been saying before. Most of the members of the G7 have been very supportive of Ukraine. Hopefully that should show up in just a moment. Two other interesting items. We're now kind of well back in the nest, so apologies for that. I think it's the 7th and 8th items. This one's just roughly associated with the G7 meeting. The account for Ukrainian defense put out a tweet saying, what is Ukraine fighting for? And that they don't want there to be a gap on flight radar. And this one came up right after I saw that overflight politics issue about overflight of India and China. And I thought, wow, it's funny seeing the Ukrainian Defense Department referring to flight radar, which is one of the bread and butter OSINT tools, to highlight how they're excluded from the world. And it's really interesting that you can see that gap in the yellow coverage of flights that is almost exactly Ukraine shaped in the middle. So I thought that was an interesting point. Last point, coming out of the G7. Yes, last point. It's now, I think it's the 8th item back, tweet by Matthew Harries. It's a statement that was put out by the White House. It's the G7 leaders' Hiroshima vision on nuclear disarmament. And obviously there's some symbolism at the summit having been held in Hiroshima. And having these items come up, having a debate about the potential for global nuclear disarmament, it's great they're having these conversations. It's relevant in a context where military tensions are rising around the world. And obviously that Russia's invasion of Ukraine brings the threat into stark contrast, where if it hadn't been for the invasion, many people might have continued to dismiss and say, oh, well, nuclear arsenals are a relic. They won't really be a factor because large countries don't go to war, that sort of thing. And so this makes it, much more of a real concern. Now, whether it's a realistic idea to move toward complete nuclear disarmament is debatable, but I just thought it was interesting that they were having this conversation in light of the war. So that was it for items from the G7. I do have a bunch of other diplomatic political items, but they're down at the lower part of the agenda. I know people are keen to get onto some of the military matters, including all the developments with regard to providing F-16s. But we've been joined by language learner, and I know that his time is, maybe short. So I would like to chat with language before we lose him. And so thanks very much for joining us today. Hopefully language is available to speak. While we're waiting on that, I'll note that besides the great work that language has done in terms of mapping for many months, recently he put out some material on Telegram with regard to tactical combat casualty care, which I saw, and he had sent to several people saying, hey, feel free to tweet out about that. So if you have a look at the first item in the nest, I had sent the material out, and it's a link to the Telegram channel that language administers, and it's lots of great, the whole subject area is referred to as TCCC. So it's great material on TCCC that has been translated into Ukrainian. And the idea was to push it as broadly as possible so that people in Ukraine have it as a handy reference. And I see that language is available now. So how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Sorry, I stepped away from the phone while I was charging. And I'd like to big shout out to Jacoby and all the folks who helped with that. I'm not the one who translated it. I'm not that good. Some fine folks here in Ukraine had already done it, but a lot of the work that we do, and like Global Augmentation, the organization that I work for here does, or volunteer with, I should say, does, is teaching to the lowest common denominator, right? So if you're a soldier and you don't really speak English at all, and you've only got so many hours in the day, and I tell you, oh, you have everything you need to know. You just have to go to this website written in English and then click through 30 different links and download a bunch of PDFs directly onto your phone. The likelihood of you doing that is 1 in 100, just pulling a number out of a hat. So having this on Telegram and everything there in Ukrainian, nice and easy, an app that most people here use, that I can just shove a QR code in your face and say, hey, scan this, and it's all there. Yeah, most guys scan it, they go, okay, cool, whatever. And they'll drop it, 10 seconds later, more power to them. But now maybe I get 5 or 10 out of every 100 that say, I have this, and now I can use it as a resource. And that's the sort of iterative small improvement that applied on a large enough scale makes a difference. And that's some of the work that we're doing here. Huge thanks to the folks who helped with that, especially putting it all together. Trying to work on one for a more of a combat lifesaver role. After that, there'd be things for a combat, more of an actual combat medic. In general, there's 4 tiers of emergency combat medicine. First tier is putting on a tourniquet, making somebody doesn't choke to death, pressure bandage, putting gauze in a wound. Second tier, what you might call like a line medic or a squad medic, is the guy who knows, or woman who knows a little bit more, knows how to keep somebody alive for longer and understands a bit more anatomy. Those are for non-medical professionals. Level 3, that's what you would call a combat medic, somebody who can do more invasive treatments, very limited surgical procedures, starting IVs, etc. Level 4, that's for people who are paramedics, nurses, doctors, well outside my skill level. And frankly, there's much more qualified people to even approach training in that than me or the groups that I work with. However, the permeation of combat medicine in Ukraine was quite low before the war for a variety of reasons. Didn't really have the same culture in terms of approach to emergency medicine that we had in the United States. There's a lot of differences as far as sort of the history of how they came about. Also more of a reliance on hospitals here providing emergency care than the medics themselves. Not to say it didn't exist, but you had more ambulance drivers than EMTs, to put it mildly. As a result, and especially in the Soviet system, which Ukraine has made great strides to get away from, but there's still some vestiges of it, you don't have the access to the large and repeated amount of training unless you are already a medical professional, which, people go to Ukraine medical school and they usually end up becoming the squad medic. But just practice, because I have seen squads where they say, hey, we don't have a lot of resources. We don't have a lot of time. We're going to pass around the squad medic's IFAC, or individual first aid kit, that every soldier should have. Don't actually use anything there, because this is my personal stuff. But this now will show it to you, and I'll explain how it works. As you might imagine, none of us really learned the best in school by somebody just putting a slideshow up in front of us and saying, memorize everything right now. It doesn't work the way in the real world, especially if it's a skill you might need in a traumatic or otherwise stressful situation. Having the live training, which is what we do, we go to the units and we train them where they are, obviously not in a combat situation, but going and showing them, having them repeat practice multiple times. I like to shoot for at least 4 of every skills, because you're not going to get it right the first time. You're probably not going to get it right the second or third time. But by the 4th time, it's starting to get boring. That's when you've got it. However, people forget things. Did he say this? Did he say that? What did the translator say? Having these resources available in an easily spoken language here, Ukrainian, with visual audio resources they can go back to at any time, helps with understanding. And for those who are interested in increasing their medical knowledge, it gives them a good base. In the future, can't promise you when. I would like to get that up to the level 2 standard, which is more conventionally a line medic out here. That would be phenomenal. So stay tuned. That's all I can say. And thank you guys for having me here tonight. It's been a wonderful night. Worked with Renegade Relief Runners, and me and my team managed to pack some 600 meal kits for them to take to areas that are in great need. So enough for 600 families, and expect a video on that later.
Well, that's terrific, and thank you very much for joining us. We'll try not to take up too much of your time. Just on follow up on what you said. So most people know you from your terrific battlefield updates, and you referred to both working with the relief runners, and which they have an account here on Twitter as well. For those who don't know, the Renegade Relief Runners, you can look them up, and members of those spaces or members of that organization will drop into spaces from time to time and have great insight. So you mentioned you work with them, and you mentioned that you also are doing some first aid training. Or excuse me, maybe not first aid, but TCCC. The material that you've put up already, when you say that it's level 1, is that sort of NATO standard training material? Because you referred to others helping you to translate those. Where did you get that from?
So Deployed Medicine, which is a website anyone can go to, it is the contractor that the U.S. military uses to have clearly and scientifically developed processes on what we can call levels 1 through 4, right? These are standardized, they're freely available. A number of them have been translated into Ukraine, especially in the last couple months. And they're constantly being updated. They have different protocols for different years. It is the gold standard. There's a reason why NATO, or frankly the US military, which does a better job of it than some other militaries even in NATO, has one of the lowest casualty rates, or rather let me choose my words carefully. It's the avoidable deaths. I think I'm, getting the terminology wrong, but about 24% of battlefield deaths are avoidable. Comes down to things like massive hemorrhage that you put a tourniquet on it, you stop the bleeding. Oh, well, now people can survive. Units that do this training take, on average, about 20 some odd % less casualties, which is a serious number, sometimes even more. The units where they train everyone to a level 2 standard, which is not common, that's things like the U.S. Army Rangers, Special Forces teams in other countries, that rate can be as low as 3% of avoidable deaths that end up happening, because shit happens, right? So when I first came here, that was my hope. We'll get everybody up to a level 2 standard. You're dealing with a 1 million man and woman army, that's just not feasible, not in the time we have. Also, there's a lot of really great schools here that are doing that. You generally need more infrastructure, more of a controlled setting. You really need students to come to you, because if I take average dude in the Ukrainian army who is, there's some guys we're training who've already seen combat. They say, well, this is cool and all, but I want to learn how to kill Russians. I go, well, that's a different teacher, but this is important. And if they go, well, yeah, it's important because my commander says it's important, but whatever. I'll watch the video. I'll understand it. Spending 2 days with that individual to try and force information down their throat to be a line medic when they don't really have the desire is not going to be productive for any party. But generally, in about 7 to 8 hours, which is, the standard here, and the Ukrainians learn incredibly fast, You can get somebody to understand, 5 basic life-saving tips. What's the algorithm that we use? S-March. What are the things that kill you the fastest that you need to take care of? Security, because if I put a tourniquet on you, but we're still getting shot at by a machine gun, that's probably going to be hazardous to your health. Massive bleeding, the number one cause of battlefield deaths from trauma. Airways, because if you can't breathe, that's not good. Then respirations, because if you're not breathing, even though your throat is clear, well, that's not good. Then you have things like circulation, lesser non-massive bleeding, head injuries, hypothermia, hypovolemia or shock, and then there's everything else that comes after that. Getting people to understand that, basic skills, things that they can carry on them, just has a real measured effect. It also, I think there's a video that you probably have all seen of a Ukrainian soldier from a first-person view who takes a round clearing a trench and took a round to his upper arm, immediately runs to his buddy's trench, gets a tourniquet on, loses a lot of blood in the meantime, but makes it out, actually is still alive today. Happened to meet some people who have been working with him just a couple days ago, actually. And it's just an example of little basic skills that, if properly rehearsed, can save lives. And I think it's important. It's something that you can spread more easily because you don't necessarily need a whole mobile training center. I literally have a rolling duffel bag with everything I need to, a team to need to train a large number of soldiers, as long as there's a translator or some guys that I can pick out of line that speak English well enough. Generally, I try and cheat and speak to them in Ukrainian for a second. And when they're like, oh, that's great, I go, oh, you speak a little English? Yeah. Oh, great. Get out of line. You're the translator now, which they usually don't necessarily appreciate. But, you make do with what you have. And having the ability to practice these skills, so when it is needed, it becomes automatic, like tying your shoelaces in the morning. It's a boring skill, but it means that you can tie your shoelaces even if your house is on fire. And when you get shot or somebody around you gets shot, you're generally not going to be calm about it. So being able to have your hands do the work, even while your mind is freaking out, that's the skill level that we're trying to teach to. So we teach the basics. If they want to move on, we have opportunities for that. But getting everybody to the point where if they or the buddy next to them takes around, takes artillery, they don't just bleed to death as they're all staring at a tourniquet wondering how to work it. Well, that's a small victory in and of itself. And I'll stop monologuing. I also got to see the Patriots light up the sky. My tactilers at work loved it. Kinzhals, they're pretty loud, but after that whole display, the Shaheed strikes are not nearly as worrisome. It's like, man, if it's only $25,000, I feel like you're not even trying. If it's $10 million a missile or more, well, now I feel appreciated.
Oh, you're going to have some terrific stories when you come back. So I appreciate all the monologuing. Just for the sake of the audience, some of the accounts that Language just referred to, we've put tweets in the nest to their account, including Deployed Medicine, Renegade Relief Runners, and then an article recently from Foreign Policy Magazine just talking about how battlefield, the initial care makes a huge difference in the casualty outcomes for Russian and Ukrainian fighters, driving home the importance of this work. Language, are you okay to take a couple of questions from the audience?
Sure. I'll admit there's some things that I'm happy to talk about. If things are, obviously public, I'm happy to talk about them. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the people here who are doing open source intelligence with more regularity than I may have better information, or certainly have better information than I do here, because I don't necessarily, ironically, may be here, but I don't have the time to go through as much resources as I once did. The people like Michael Bond, OSINT engineer, Perpetuator, and Nuno, Random, those guys know quite a bit. So I always encourage you to, follow the experts and the people who spend all their time doing this. But I'm happy to answer any questions or refer you to people who know better if I don't know the answer myself.
Perfect. So perhaps if you have your hand up for question, maybe if we can try to focus on Language's current initiatives and not the broader developments in the war. But I think the order, it was Angry Ants and then Random, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, Angry.
Hey, thanks so much, Michael. And first and foremost, Language, I think this is the first time I got to talk to you since you've been over there doing the training. I just want to, first of all, thank you so much for taking that step to put yourself on the line to support other people. And I cannot explain how critical it is to have this frontline training. It It is very easy to have, an IPAC in you with Israeli bandage and pressure dressings and really cool tourniquets, but not know how to use them, and the ability to understand triage, understand self-care, and then for the tools for individual soldiers, maybe take that little extra step, that combat lifesaver step of being able to stop a sunken chest wound, treat a sunken chest wound, things that, or put the tourniquet on the right way, triage. It's so important. And I will tell you, as a soldier went to Iraq, when we first went to Iraq, we went to basic training and stuff, and we knew how to put a pressure dressing on, and it was until we got into combat that we started getting the courses on the real combat lifesavers. And then by the time we went to our second deployment, I think it was up to 90% of our unit had went through combat lifesaver course, which was all the way. I'm not sure what tier that is in your book.
Tier two would be combat lifesaver. And I'm stealing that from a British guy I work with, a British medic. I've always gone by all service member ASM combat lifesaver. Then they call it combat medic corpsman or better. And then it's combat, provider, paramedic and whatnot. And that's doctors, nurses, people well beyond my skill level. So yeah, we're staying with the one.
Sorry.
No, after you. My bad. I hit the mute button at the wrong time. Please.
So I was just going to say, and this is before, and first of all, thanks again for you and all the other folks that are doing this incredibly important work. We can get you tourniquets, we can get you bandages, but we can't teach folks how to do it, and that's what it takes. And that was a major shift in training in the U.S. Regular infantry and combat units from the early days of Iraq to the later days, is that they really built up that combat lifesaver material where, it's all the way up to giving IVs, being able to, treat sunken chest wounds, even learn how to do a tracheonometry, trach if you really, really have to do it. And everybody had the tools to kind of do that material. So I just wanted to, again, let everybody know that when language says that he's not doing much, that's a lot of BS. That's because people who do the right thing never say they're doing much, but he really is, and hats off.
It's incredibly kind of you to say. We hope to be able to scale our operations up more in the future. Stay tuned. That'll probably include more photos, more videos. Might actually include me begging people for money for a change, which will be a bit of a change. And thank you to everybody who has sent stuff. A number of people have sent things, pressure bandages, etc. Right now, we are very good on practice tourniquets. If you have people who have practice tourniquets or the shitty Chinese ones sitting at the front, we'll take them. I'll pay for the Nova Posta, and I'll make sure that they don't get issued to soldiers so that they don't die with them on. But we go through, honestly, even with just a class of 30 people, even just more like a civilian class the other day, we went through 5 pressure bandages and 5 tourniquets or 6 tourniquets or whatever. And that's pretty common because when these are just things that are designed to be used once. The Chinese ones, maybe once or twice will hold up. But when you're having people practice and cranking down on them and everybody's doing it, we probably run these tourniquets a good 15, 20 times a day. Things just snap and fall apart all over the place. So if you've got, but do not, I will say this, if you're looking, hey, let me run to Amazon, buy some tourniquets, please don't. I appreciate the offer, I appreciate the idea. If you have good combat application tourniquets, don't send them to me. Send them to an actual unit. I'm not going to train people on them. I take them away from them. Those are things that are life-saving equipment. I'm not going to waste them in the mud. And if you're sending Chinese tourniquets, there are literally tens of thousands of them here in Ukraine. I promise you yours will not be anything special. You do not need to spend the money and the post and the shipping to get them here. There's literally tens of thousands, if not more, sitting and rotting in warehouses across this country. It's more of a logistics and networking issue than a supply issue. There's other things. Right now, my big look for is stretchers, soft stretchers, because we practice casualty evacuations, because knowing how to do medicine means nothing if you all get shot while you're trying to do it. And that includes moving up to the casualty, securing the area, getting them on a stretcher, getting them from what you call, the red zone or the area in most danger to the yellow zone, area in less danger, to the green zone. So in Ukrainian, czerwona, żółta i zielenia zona. Because an issue we have run into is you expose people to the idea that you need to do combat medicine. And then they love them to death. They love their brothers and sisters, and then they sprint right to the guy who's wounded, and they immediately do medicine. And there's a famous photo from the Marines in Fallujah, I want to say, in Iraq, where a guy was shot by a sniper in the middle of the street. Second dude ran out to get him. He was shot by the same sniper. Third guy ran out. He got shot too, and I believe one of them died. And so hopefully that answered and responded to you guys' questions before I went off on a wild tangent.
Well, that's interesting insight on the tourniquet supply versus the stretcher supply. Good to have people keep in the back of their minds. I think it was Random and then Aaron. Go ahead, Random.
Language. I'm bear hugging you through the internet because it's been so long. The other thing is like when you first went to Ukraine, just from a timeline perspective, we hadn't seen you in a while, and we like it was Bond's first month doing these spaces, and I asked Perpetua, where's Language Learner? And then Andrew goes, he knows what he did, and now we know what you did. So it's good to see and glad to hear you're doing well. On that regard, how often do you find yourself traveling in country to different oblasts and regions? And just also, when it comes to besides not Chinese tourniquets, what other, and the need for soft stretchers and stuff like that, what other material is in low supply or higher demand in country? And also, just a heads up, there's 4 bombers airborne from the Caspian, so might be a air defense night again.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, Random, I can't hear you, but I'm reading it through the texts. So if I heard you correctly, it looks like we've got some bombers incoming. There's some speculation there might be more Kinzals tonight. We'll see. Well, I mean, it's been loud, but yeah, where we're at in Kyiv, very safe. Air defenses work quite well. There are cities that are not nearly so lucky: Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, especially northeast Kharkiv. Not to say even cities closer to the front. So, I am very much in as safe an area as you could get. And then there are people who are doing great work who are not. So let's worry about them as well. As far as the other questions on traveling, I have had the opportunity to travel around a little bit in Ukraine, a bit more to the east. I've been to Donetsk Oblast, trying to work. I've been in the last month or so, I've been centralizing stuff more so in the Kyiv region and areas immediately around it, because I'm trying to sort of build this organization that I'm working with up to the idea that, while we're doing trainings here, there are places closer that we can also be training people at, so people don't necessarily have to come to us or come to a middle ground. We can get much closer to them. That's a process, as you can imagine, because while I have had opportunities to just, we're all going to sprint off there, well, then everything you set up kind of collapses. This is a long war already. It's going to unfortunately continue to be a long war. I don't think it'll be over next week or next month. So having the ability to sustain operations and grow them, sometimes it's maddeningly slow, but it's an unfortunate requirement. People like Renegade Relief Runners have done that well. They're still alive and kicking over a year. I could not tell you how many patches I've seen here of organizations that showed up for a month and then disappeared. We're not trying to do that. As far as supplies in country, things that are necessary, so good high quality tourniquets will always be in demand. The CAT tourniquets are the ones I like. There are some variants in Ukraine, the Dnipro tourniquets and the Sich tourniquets, which are essentially the Ukrainian versions. I'd say the word knockoff, but that has negative connotations, of the CAT style tourniquet. and the soft T tourniquet, SOFT tourniquet. They work. I know units that use them. They're not the best. I'd say they're about, the Chinese tourniquets is like 20% of the real thing. These are like 60 to 80%. Granted, that last 20% makes people very nervous. So, there are things that happen with a tourniquet because its whole work is compression. It doesn't need to physically break like you see. People always check the handles. The handles are very rarely the thing that breaks with these. The compression strap inside, either it's less elastic or it's too elastic, and it loosens up just, an inch. But if you're compressing an artery, you open that artery up a little inch, well, there's a lot more traveling through it. And it's still on your leg, but it's not really doing its job. Chest seals, huge supply. I cannot tell you the number of soldiers I have talked to. And this is not telling anything that's secret. You talk to any soldier, they'll tell you, soldiers don't have good IFACs, or a lot of them don't. Especially when you're mobilizing, a million people. Some people are going to have more, some people are going to have less. The Russians have dog shit. I'll tell you that. I've seen their med kits. They're not great, to put it mildly. We all remember some the video. Online sellers, cough, cough, Rhino Rescue, that actually sell med kits to both sides, which I find intriguing. But chest seals are huge because those get thrown on for everything. For those listening, if you, as a very general sense, air goes in and out of your body, blood goes round and round. When you have variation on those factors, you have a bad time. And if I poke a hole in your chest, because the way your lungs work is not by inhaling and breathing in, but actually by sucking, air in by moving your diaphragm. Now the pressure gets all wonky in your lungs, or in your pleural space, the area around your lungs. To put it mildly, in very bad lingo, it's 12:30 at night. Then you start to have difficulties breathing. You have a number of other issues. There's some very serious conditions that can develop that can actually put strain on your heart. Things called pneumothoraxes. Having a chest seal, just something to seal that, you can think of it like a plastic strip with tape around the edges, and in fact, that's a way to make some of them, helps dramatically. And it's one of those first line interventions that, oh my God, my buddy just took a mortar round and he didn't have anything to his side. Now he's got a bunch of, peppered pock marks on the right side. Let's put something over it. That's great. They're a little expensive. High quality ones that don't completely fail, even more so. I wish I could tell you that everybody in Ukraine was paid well and spending all their money on medical supplies. That's not the case. Especially, look, you're a young soldier, grown up on Call of Duty. What's the first thing you do when you get a paycheck? You put a red dot on your rifle. Not necessarily doing that, nerd shit of outfitting your med pack. I get it. I totally understand why, but it's one of those frustrations. And then when the high quality ones are relatively expensive, we're talking like $25 a pop, and you generally want to have one or two, then that can be outside the reach of an average soldier. Sometimes they're even like $50 or more. So I would say that's a big thing. But Constantine's here, hopefully not just to yell at me for skiing, but it's good to see you, brother. So I'll stop talking.
Hey, great hearing you.
Yeah, so I understand there was an order. I appreciate that Constantine's joined. Well, let Constantine go ahead, and then we'll come around. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for letting me go. I just wanted to verify. Did you say that you need lower quality Chinese cat tourniquets for the training?
Yes, I can use those. I can send you a Nova Posta box. I recently was able to get several hundred of them from Ukraine ADOPS. This is not me trying to, inflate myself. We are training company level strength every day. It is between military and civilians. We're sometimes training just about 100 individuals a day. That burns the resources. So the more the merrier. If I can't use it, I know a number of other medic programs here that will. And I'll pay for the Nova Posta shipping if they send them to me.
All right, I have 50 at home. Someone gave me cheap Chinese ones, and I did not know what to do with them, so I'll mail to them. Thank you for letting me up.
Awesome. And for those who are looking at mailing stuff from the States, and I always, take it. It just takes a little while. I'm actually dealing with something where I basically mailing to Nova Posta with a international address. Sometimes it gets a little wonky, and I need to get much better at reading my Ukrainian when they send me the notifications saying your package is here, dimwit, come pick it up. But there is a very functional online marketplace in Ukraine. Their Amazon variant, you might call it's called Rosetka, works pretty well. They have an eBay variant called OLX, also works pretty well. Buy everything from manicures to groceries to houses. It is far easier to buy something, especially with the frankly kind of deprecated Ukrainian economy these days, here and have it shipped in a day than paying 2 or 3 times that price in America to have it shipped in 2 weeks to Ukraine. So I'm always, especially for high quality medical items, it's a very different story. You're really not buying those on Rosetka. And if you are, they're very expensive. Try and buy a cat tourniquet here in country. It's like $45, if not more. Chest seals can frequently be that high. I've seen things that are, I'm not going to say price gouging. I've seen individual sellers price gouge, but things can be very expensive just because people know they're real and that's hard to get a hand on. But things like Chinese tourniquets, if you don't already have them lying around, please do not spend your money to, buy a bunch of them on Amazon and send them. If you do, that's great. But I will, say, hey, buddy, there's only so many resources that we all have, and I hope that you guys are using yours effectively as well. If people do know anyone in Ukraine who's got an abundance of soft stretchers as well as pressure bandages, because those are the next items that get destroyed the fastest, I'm always looking for those. That allows us to scale up dramatically because we generally want to have 1 tourniquet per soldier. I'd like to have 1 pressure bandage per soldier, though usually it's more like 1 per 2. I want to have 1 stretcher per every 5 guys, just so that way we can run multiple exercises simultaneously and you don't have a bunch of people standing around. And my DMs are always open, and I'm always happy to talk to people about that.
And by the way, Konstantin, after coming to chat with us last week, I saw you started a fundraiser and then in just a few days raised, what was it, $200,000 for drones with Liberty for Ukraine?
No. That's not me. That I started a fundraiser. I did $50,000. We got it in one and a half or 2 days. The one you're talking about is done by Liberty Ukraine. It's the same. We're in the same fund, but as you can imagine, we have many people, multiple fundraisers going on. So the one that is $250,000 is run by Antonia. That's our director. It wasn't a Twitter, wasn't exactly a Twitter fundraiser. They went on a tour with Ukrainian famous band, one of the most famous ones. It's called Okeanerze. It's one of the former political leaders of a party called Golos, which is translated as voice. And they toured around the United States, and over 2 weeks, I think 2.5 weeks, they managed to fundraise $230,000. But the goal is 250, so we're pushing on Twitter to make 250.
Well, that's great news, both on your initiative, happening that fast, and then on the slightly larger one. That's great. And I saw most recently you were looking for memory cards and batteries, which is often an overlooked point.
Yep, it's a small thing, but it matters a lot. One of the key things, I don't want to hijack. I wanted to say maybe it's going to be interesting to people why the memory cards are important. Batteries are obviously why they're important, because the drone needs to fly like 24/7 basically. You got to monitor your position all the time. But why the memory card is important and why many of them are needed is that when the drone comes back to your position to swap the battery, if you don't swap the card, the drone life is like 2 days. And if you lose the drone, you lose the card in it, and you lose all the information. The only info you have is the one that is on your remote control, which is usually quite poor quality because of the transmission is happening over the radio, and it does not work well. Sometimes you lose it. And you will lose your entire videos that you have recorded over like 6 hours of you flying the drone because you have only one card. So what we do instead is we supply the cards, memory cards. So when you swap the battery and throw the drone back away in the air, you swap the card as well. And in the end of your shift, you have like 8 cards, 10 cards. and you know that each you only risk to lose like 40 minutes of your footage of this specific battery swap or life of the drone. If you don't do it, you use only one card, you can lose your entire day, and then you don't have much to analyze, and then you lost it basically. So it's quite important to give those cards as well. Once again, they're not expensive, they're like $13, but people, unless they have them, they tend to be lazy and like say, okay, I don't want to spend $200 to buy 10 cards, so I'm gonna just use one or two, whatever I have. Unfortunately, that's the reality of the people. It has nothing to do with Ukraine or anything, just people being lazy and not willing to spend too much of their money. That they have their own expenses. You can imagine soldiers and they're risking their lives. So if you provide those cards, you have much higher chances of that footage being saved. Just wanted to add it, and sort of for hijacking the space too much.
Well, that's a great initiative. Glad you can join us. And again, congrats on the success of your quick fundraiser this week. We'll go through the remaining hands. We don't want to take up all of Languages Day. I think it was Aaron and then Brian, and then we'll go around. Go ahead, Aaron.
Hey, Language, it's good to hear your voice again. I miss having you up on the Balma report. I mean, it's been a while, and it's always great to see you here. So what you find is the biggest challenge right now, like for logistics, for TCCC? What is the biggest challenge you see now? And
for the biggest challenge in Ukraine, or I'm sorry,
the biggest challenge for Ukraine in general, but the biggest challenge for you. I'm just as far as TCCC, in your perspective.
So scheduling and having adequate translators is important. Obviously, we're sort of reporting. There was a number of larger Western organizations here in Ukraine that frankly ran out of money, kind of splintered. A lot of people ended up in Lviv. I actually haven't had the chance to visit Lviv yet. I hear it's a lovely city. But getting things set up and being durable and having as a person I know quite well tells me, you want to be a paperclip and a metronome. You want to be consistent and do one thing and do it really well. Not getting deported is the biggest challenge. Yes, Constantine. I am legally here in this country. I'm not an illegal alien. But because of some paperwork issues, it got a little dicey there for a hot second. However, thankfully, I am now no longer having to, sleep under bridges and run from the cops. So that is a joke. The biggest challenge is just communication, making people understand that this is like anything else. We have a tactics instructor who has decades of experience in not just tactics, but in teaching tactics, and does so quite well. And somebody can tell you, oh, you've got 90 minutes with this group of soldiers, teach them something, and you can find a way to teach them, this skill, that skill. With medicine, it's not the same. If I tell you that I can teach you all the basics of medicine in 90 minutes, I am lying to your face and you should leave. It is not possible. You don't take a college course in a weekend. You don't learn all of basic medicine in an hour unless you're doing this old style of I'm going to show you everything in front of your face and you're going to immediately learn it like Rain Man and know how to use it in every situation. Never really worked for me in college. Imagine it doesn't work for anyone else. Being able to impress on people that we do need time and we need more time than they might think. I commonly have people say, oh, well, you can do this in half a day. I go, I can do some stuff in a half day, but you better give me another half day later on or you're going to be wasting everyone's time. That's a big part of it. There's other more logistical concerns that I've been dealing with, but that's more of a me problem or, just general, more so than anything in Ukraine. Just being able to get people around, get to certain areas, get to certain units. But that's more of an ongoing thing. And I'll be happy to talk about that more perhaps some other time once things have moved further in that process.
So are you optimistic about the upcoming counteroffensive?
Yes. I would caution those online that this one will probably not be able to sprint all the way to Simferopol in a week. So let's adjust our expectations accordingly. There's still a grave difference in artillery and artillery capabilities. Being able to level that field in the form of mortars and other smaller portable weapons, even the 105 millimeters on short supply, would be great, because we've seen what happens when Russia doesn't even have, all their artillery killed. They're just one for one. The Ukrainians generally wipe the floor with them. When it becomes not just an artillery pounding followed by some tank battles and infantry battles, but and at the point where the average Ukrainian soldier, tanker, vehicle operator, what have you, can demonstrate their combat effectiveness against the average Russian conscript, well, the choice is generally clear. When that person who's on the Ukrainian side has to deal with a 5-to-1 disadvantage in artillery, it becomes much more difficult. This is an artillery war. It is not the war the West is generally trained for, and your average skill as an infantry soldier can sometimes matter very little when you just can't advance because you're being pounded by artillery day and night and all the other times in between.
By the way, Simferopol is under a partial blackout.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're going to Simferopol next week. I hear it's lovely down there. Odessa food is great, and the Odessa people are wonderful. So I'm sure Simferopol would be just as nice. If not, Anyway, as far as the offensive, I am cautiously optimistic. I've talked with people. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. We have two hands left, so it's Brian and then Jacob. Go ahead, Brian.
Language, long time no talk. Good to talk to you again. Good to hear your voice. Thank you for all the work that you're doing out there. Question, with regard to the quality of medical supplies, I've heard people kind of mention in passing about counterfeit devices out there in circulation. I haven't found reason to worry when I'm on an Amazon wish list, selecting things there. But just in general, is counterfeit product out there a thing, or generally? And you mentioned already there's different quality.
100%. Yeah. It's counterfeit. Actually, in the funniest sense, I had somebody somebody mailed me about 30 tourniquets that said CAT tourniquets on them. I go, that's weird. This looks like maybe it's an older style. The plastic seems weird. It was only later on I realized these are imitation CAT tourniquets for airsoft. Looks like the real thing. The only difference is in the serial number and the fact that they're built differently. You can tell once you've handled enough of them. But that's the most, I'd say, insidious form. They're not meant to be insidious. They're meant to be used for airsoft. But I've seen other ones where, because people know that CAT sells, I've seen tourniquets that literally say CAT, and then they have the picture of a cat next to it, because that way they can register it under a different patent of some kind. I've seen that. That's the most common thing, and there's legions of medics and other people in Ukraine constantly getting into fights over that online. I've been a part of a number of them myself, but that's the biggest one is tourniquets. Chest seals, there's a lot of variants. Some work much better than others. There's a medic in the East named Rebecca. I encourage people to check her out. She has tremendous levels of information and can explain it much better and more eloquently than I can as far as the difference in quality of supplies. As far as stuff on Amazon in America, yeah, occasionally you'll order something from a genuine seller and it'll turn out to be a ripoff. It's not as common. I will say, for those who are trying to send things like tourniquets, partnering with an organization. I believe Andrew Perpetua knows a group. I think DEFMON knows a group, as does, I'm sure, Constantine. Larger organizations can get rates that are much lower than what you will pay on Amazon. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about what those prices end up being or not, but they're lower by a factor enough that it's worthwhile, and that can be quite nice. And people I know in the UK who bring things here do so in a similar way. There's a lot of ways to skin a cat. Amazon is certainly the fastest and easiest way, but there's more effective ways. And if one thing I've really learned here is that this is a resource-intensive war, and being able to keep your powder dry and not skimp on things, but know how to get the most out of every hryvnia does help a lot. Don't be the guy running around Kyiv spending $500 on drinks if you come here. or I'll push you into the Dnipro myself. But it's, just be smart about it, and that includes even getting resources, using things that are locally in country. Ukraine, country of 40 million people, you might be surprised at some of the things that get made here. I certainly was. And there's a lot of ways to figure things out. Rosetka, OLX, especially if you're trying to get something like a one-off item for groups, you can often find that. There are times where that's not the case. I've worked with some people where I had to get things elsewhere, but for some general things, you might be surprised that you can get the same thing in Ukraine for the same price or cheaper and much faster. That's the one thing I don't think gets communicated to a Western audience enough, that as stupid as it sounds, sometimes the best thing you can send is American dollars. It's not the sexiest thing. It's not putting your hands on something and sending it. But if the exact same item is sitting in a epicenter down the road and sitting in a Walmart in Arkansas, well, one has much better shipping times. So.
Well, that's great insight. Jacob, you had your hand up, but it's gone down. Did you want to ask the last question of language?
Yes, please, and thank you for the opportunity. Language, очень приятно познакомиться, Yakov. Дякую для ваш service. Thank you very much for what you're doing. I have a question about data security. Now, it was recently revealed by a Google engineer that Telegram has a known backdoor for camera and microphone access, which kind of worries me because this is the primary media used in Europe. Now, in North America, we use a more private, encrypted, security-oriented platform. I can mention it if necessary. And I'm just wondering, do you think it would be a good idea to maybe use Telegram as more of an observation platform and then move all kind of internal dialogues and discussions toward a more secure media? That is my question.
It's a good question. You're absolutely right. There's certainly vulnerabilities in most platforms. I would not be surprised about that sort of vulnerability existing in the Telegram platform. It is so pervasive in its use here. There are also other ways on the back end that you can sort of mask your own identity, I found. Actually having somebody gain access to your device, by that point, frankly, you're pretty much fucked. Russia has, and as do other nation-state actors like China and even Iran, have, if they desire it, very capable cyber warfare institutions. I am certainly nowhere close to that level of being able to defeat that. The best refuge, and it's a terrible refuge, is in anonymity. By the point that, like, if Russia says, hey, we're going to point a Krashuka at you and just obliterate everything electronic, well, you're pretty much hosed. Same thing, I know a foreigner, or know of a foreigner here. I had met him once in passing. I'm grateful it was only in passing, who was stupid. It's generally a small little mistake that people capitalize on. Took a picture, had his location turned on Instagram. Don't fucking take selfies on Instagram in a war zone. It's not going to impress anybody who's actually there. And then he got found out fucking immediately. Russian watch lists who were blowing him up. This is your name. This is where you live. This is your mother's name. Here's a picture of her. We're going to do X, Y, and Z unspeakable things to her after we do Y, P, and Q things to her body, so on and so forth. Not nice. I would say there's a really good book a guy called Kevin Mitnick wrote, The Art of Deception, which was all about sort of social engineering. Was it social engineering? The most common vulnerability in any system is almost always the person using it. The technical approach to defeating that is much less likely to be used than, here's another example that I know of, guys sitting in Kharkiv, playing around on Tinder, talking to, Svetlana number 287, who's asking him all about his day. and saying, oh, I feel real bad. I just got back from insert battlefield here. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Were you with XYZ unit? My brother's there. Why, no. As a matter of fact, I was with ABC unit. And there you have it. Now he's on our list somewhere.
I thought you were going to make a Gonzalo Lira reference there for a second.
It's Gonzalo Lira, man. I hope he enjoys his stay. I'll leave it at that. Wherever he is. I hear they're very hospitable. But, the SBU is known for their spa treatments. But it's just stupidity. The stupidity gets you caught a lot more often, and having a healthy sense of paranoia. I mean, look, I'm nobody special. I promise you that. And even so, in videos and stuff, I still cover my face. It's just because I'd rather have that last little bastion of anonymity. If you wanted to try and find me, you probably could. I've made it a little harder than most, but there's also a lot of people out here that are essentially, I'm trying to find a workplace appropriate euphemism, but they're 3 sheets to the wind in terms of their identity. And, I would recommend not doing that. As far as internal messaging, I do not use Telegram, I use Signal. There's some other end-to-end encrypted ones. Threema, I know protesters and revolutionaries in Iran have used that. That's quite nice because you don't need to register a phone number. If you are on Signal, you don't need to register your own phone number to set it up. There are a number of ways to get around that via different third parties. If you want to get real funky, you just go and get especially in the US, go get a prepaid phone, have somebody else pay for it, and now bing, bang, boom, for those 5 minutes that you paid a guy a case of beer in downtown Philadelphia, you've got yourself a new number, which I believe is still legal because he's buying a number and just leaving it on the ground, and it's prepaid, so whatever. If it's not legal, then, well, it's a good thing this is all a hypothetical example. But whatever the case, there's a lot of ways to do communication. As far as internal group communication, don't use it. As far as what I'm doing on Telegram, with it being a channel, frankly, if I was a nefarious sort, as the only channel administrator, I can see the subscribers, which could lead to, if my account was taken, that could be less than ideal. But 2-factor authentication will help with that. And I try not to click on every link of, young hot singles in your area want to know your social security number. What's your favorite color? My favorite color is the last 4 digits of your bank account. Don't click on those. They never work. At least I don't get any dates from providing those. I just get drained bank accounts.
Life lessons with Language Learner. We've had several conversations about the various messaging apps and their pros and cons. I guess, Kitty, before we let language go, did you have a point you wanted to make?
Just really quick, 2 questions. What was the app that you said works really well in Iran? And how about Session? Is that a good app? Secure, encrypted.
I am not familiar with Session. I've heard the name. I do not know anything else about it, so I'm not informed enough to talk on it. The one that I have used is called Threema. Sometimes that's abbreviated to the number 3 and then M Mike A Alpha. Other times it's the forward, which is Tango, Hotel, Romeo, Echo, Echo, Michael Alpha. That works pretty well because you don't need a phone number for it. In less appealing regimes and more repressive ones, having your phone number tied to it at all can be endangering. So that works pretty well. It's a little more convoluted to use than Signal. But it's a lot less user-friendly than, say, Telegram, which lets you do nice things like edit your messages after you send them so you don't look like a complete idiot. But most people here use Signal. That's the bulk of it. Anybody seriously you're dealing with is going to have a Signal account, and that's how they communicate. There's other ways too, but those are more esoteric. Signal is, by and large, what I've run into here.
Nuno, thanks for joining us. Did you want to come in with a question?
Yeah, language. Good to hear you, brother. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Just to reinforce what language was saying, Threema is absolutely excellent. It's what the Chinese used to circumvent their own government. I've seen the Chinese business community use it to not get caught. So that's Threema. I use Threema too for specific things. and it's just pointing out that Trima is really, really, really solid. Based in Switzerland, operates their own servers. That's probably some of the best stuff. Some large companies use it, and as Language was saying, Signal is the standard that I use also, but Trima is good. Language, good to have you, man. Stay safe out there. Hope you have a better vest than last time. And
Yeah, it's a lot better than the last time. Nice people loaned me a vest. I have a much more capable one here. So I'm feeling much better about myself now. And and I've seen some real fucking terrible ones out here, brother. Don't just essentially duct tape steel to the front. It always ends up being people who, I hate to use the word war horse, but I'll use it anyway. I've seen some really wacky stuff. You can generally tell folks who show up who have they're coming here to save Private Ryan, or at least in their own mentality, and they're hoping that they can get to the Call of Duty logout screen because they just strap like 20 pounds of just useless shit. And one of the drills we run is, look, this may surprise you, there's a lot of trenches in Ukraine. People, common question that gets asked to our tactics instructor, how do you get into them? How do you get out of them? And there is a million ways to do it wrong and 100 ways to do it right. He shows one, but generally none of those ways to do it right include just walking over the edge straight into it, right? You generally want to be low. And when you get into it, that's when you see all the people with 10 pounds of their extra super duper tactical sunglasses just explode off of them into the trench, which is usually quite fun to witness. Sometimes you can pick something up. I've seen that happen. I've watched guys do that a dozen times now, where they're like, ha, I'm going to Superman into this trench, and then everything just explodes off of them. That's why we do it in training. So then they realize, perhaps I do not need to have the entire Library of Congress strapped to my chest while I'm running around in a war zone. Perhaps it is better to be fast and nimble than try and pretend to be the Juggernaut from, Deadpool. So it's good to hear your voice too, brother.
Yeah, man, stay safe. I know that a lot of people like to pretend to be good war fighters, but in my own experience, safe, nimble, fast, that's the way you do it. Keep what you need straight out, just the essential. The rest is take it in a backpack if you have one.
Yeah, no, be quick. I've seen the people here who have done a lot of work. They tend to have some of the lightest stuff. They tend to have things they need. And if you ask, why do you have it? They don't have to even look. They just go, I have it here because X, Y, Z. You go, oh, I never thought of that. It's the dudes with the 80 patches. Here's a freebie tip. If you see a guy running around, man or woman, with a, head of military intelligence, super secret, extra super duper squirrels patch, it's like the guy at the bar telling you he's a Navy SEAL. Probably not the case. So those are always usually the most constant offenders with having 10 pounds of bullshit strapped to them in their rifle, which then, looks cool when you're standing for a photo. It's a lot less cool when you're marching for 2 hours and going up and down and, doing all the things that a soldier must do. So, be smart.
Yeah, try running on it.
Yeah, fuck that, man. I've seen.
Yeah,
there's a reason we make these guys run. They're like, wow, this is really heavy. I go, yeah, it's crazy how that works. It's a good thing you strapped another 3 kgs to your AK. It's a shame it doesn't make you shoot any better. But it's
yeah.
one of those things.
The first guy a sniper goes after is the guy who says commander. So
yeah, that's a good year, man. Don't be a stranger. You got my number. Always feel free to reach out.
I know, mate. I need to link up with you on Trima too.
Sounds good.
And I think Jacoby may actually have had one more point on Threema, just for the audience.
Yeah, just in case anybody is looking for whether or not there's payment associated with Threema, I believe in my experience that you had to pay a few dollars. It's very minimal, but it is not free unless they've recently changed that. So you might have to pay, I think it's between like $3 and $5 in the App Store. But it's only, I think you only pay once.
Yes, you only pay once.
Thanks.
Okay, great detail. Last question from me, Language. Since you had said one of the challenges, one of your most significant challenges was translators, and since you said you wanted to bring the translation of TCCC material up to the level 2. Is there any way that we could try to help you with that translation? We've had come and speak with us as guests some of the folks from War Translated who might have extra capacity. I don't want to volunteer them for sure, but would anything like that be helpful?
So the good news is the job's already done. It is, as most things are, a logistics and administrative effort that is required. This is the TCCC guidelines, and when we say TCCC, which is the handy little acronym that makes us all sound very cool, as opposed to battlefield first aid, which is, you know, much less sexy as a term. Tactical combat casualty care. Sometimes people call it TC3 if they want to be extra cool and save themselves half a second for whatever goddamn reason. But that has already been translated. If you search TCCC Ukrainian, you will probably find the website that I am speaking of. It has all been translated there. Now, if Michael Bond has it up in the nest, I really should make a tweet to advertise it as well, so people can see it. You'll see what I have put together with Jacoby's help, with a number of other folks' help, in terms of the material. This includes audio, video, and didactic. So this includes a 46-page PowerPoint, very basic. This includes a few videos that are in English but have been overdubbed into Ukrainian with Ukrainian subtitles, among other resources. The difference in just content scope for level 1 and level 2, or all service member versus combat lifesaver, is considerable. It is a noticeable jump. It is the difference between this is how you keep somebody from dying immediately to this is how you can keep somebody from dying in the long term or in the short to medium term as well. And as a result, there's a lot more man and woman hours that need to go into assembling that material, getting it squared away. I'm sure there's better ways to run a channel on Telegram. I don't know them yet, but because you basically are posting it like it's a news feed, you have to be cognizant of how you post things, because you really can't go back and edit it unless you want to delete everything. So the way I have it currently is it starts with the course syllabus for the basic level, 46 pages translated, and then here's the first subject, massive bleeding. Here's here's the audio video for it. Here's not a lesson plan. Here's a pamphlet on how to do it, instructing it, so on and so forth. Doing that for 20 modules, a little bit more difficult than doing it for 3 or 4. So if somebody, and I think Jacoby knows the website, knows what to do there. If somebody is willing to essentially download all those, because they are all on separate pages, pull the PDFs, pull the videos, put them in a Google Drive, then from there they can be assembled pretty easily. And somebody willing to do that would make my job a lot easier, because I am frequently running around pulling my hair out these days. There's a lot of ways to be busy out here. And I often haven't had time to dive into the second level of stuff. Though, I want to reiterate, I'm not reinventing the wheel here. I'm just bringing it to the masses. I'm advertising it a little bit better and making it more immediately accessible, I should say. Because, how many times are you going to search through a website when there's 20, 30, 40, 50 different links and click on every single one separately, when you can just have it in your hand and on Telegram have it downloaded into the app. So that way, when you actually need to look at that stuff, it doesn't matter if you have Wi-Fi. So if you're sitting in a trench and bored out of your gourd, you can still revisit and go, oh, that's interesting. I never would have thought about that. Versus, it's time to log in and watch a PDF and let this video buffer. It's a shame. It turns out that self-servicing of Divka is spotty right now, so on and so forth.
I suspect we'll probably be able to find somebody to volunteer for that download to a Google Drive for you. So we'll DM about that. Jacoby, go ahead.
Just to confirm, language, was that the Deployed Medicine site that you had referenced earlier?
Yeah, so Deployed Medicine is the English language site. I believe in there they have the Ukrainian version. There's also, I'll stop trying to remember it. I believe it's just, I search Ukrainian TCCC. It's the Global Medical and Surgical Group. No, just kidding. That's the wrong website. That's a different one. tccc.org.ua. That is the one. And that has everything that's been translated, has it for the MP, which is medical practitioner. That's for like a combat medic, somebody who's level 3. We are not teaching that now. We probably will not be teaching that for some time because that requires, much longer amounts of time. People are doing invasive procedures. And there are frankly people who are better set up to teach that than we are right now. It takes a lot of infrastructure, it takes a lot more time. I'm not going to teach you how to run IVs on a person and manage drugs in the course of a day because you're going to fucking kill somebody, probably me. So, at best. So what we're talking about is the CLS, or Combat Lifesaver. And then ASM is the one we already have. And then you have CMC, Combat Medic Corpsman, and then a medical practitioner MP that is like a helicopter medical crew. We're not touching that at all. That's so far beyond the scope that if you're not already a doctor here in Ukraine, there's no reason for me to be teaching you that. That's well beyond the scope of anything I've ever learned. So the one we're looking at there on that website is CLS-TC3 or TCCC. And I can include that. Then there's CPG, which is for more surgical stuff. So again, that one is, I really should just put these in tweets. That is TCCC, so Tango Charlie 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 .org.ua, because we are here in Ukraine, and that has the full amount. You can click on something, it will actually have it in English as well, and then it'll have things like videos and whatnot. For instance, hemorrhage control, respiration, chest trauma, hypothermia, dealing with pain, dealing with antibiotics. Like anything, there's a lot of iterative ways to benefit here. I've gotten the argument from people, so I'll head this one off at the pass. Well, this certain thing isn't relevant here, and there's a lot that isn't. American combat medicine focuses a lot more on dealing with bullet wounds and dismounted IED injuries because that's what we've been dealing with for the last 20 years. We generally haven't had to sit in a trench and get shelled unless things were going very wrong, whereas that is the most common form of injury out here in Ukraine. So there are certain ones that, well, I think they're all interesting because they can all happen, and it's important to know them. If you only have a limited amount of time, probably better to know how to deal with the prevailing mechanism of injury, or the thing that will hurt you most commonly, than the thing that will hurt you the least. So, there's certain things that just don't really happen out here to the same extent that they happen in, say, Afghanistan or Iraq. And I have unfortunately seen a couple people who've gone through courses that are teaching it like this is Afghanistan or Iraq, and then people show up and they're just blindsided. And you can see it in their kit. They're like, I am all ready for when my Humvee hits an IED. I go, well, buddy, if that's happening, then things have gone very bad for you indeed. So you might want to worry about X, Y, and Z at first. Again, I'm rambling, but you know what you signed up for when you let me talk.
I just a reminder to the audience. So I put the link that Language was referring to up in the nest for everybody's reference. And then the second item back was just my tweet, which is the link to Language's Telegram channel where he's putting this material out. We've been joined by Piotr. Did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. So Language, just a bit curious for your thoughts, and maybe this is completely out of date. I'm a little bit behind on the tactical level updates of Ukraine at the moment, but in the early phases of the war, there was the emphasis of thermobaric bombs and munitions, right? And I don't think we've really seen these used as much as they could have been. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just, as I say, I'm really a novice in this kind of area of battle, tactical, medical sort of things. But, have there been injuries like that happening in the areas? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that and the sort of the injuries that come from attacks that breach international humanitarian law? I guess is what I'm broader question, because I'm kind of curious about that. Thank you.
Sure, and it's good to see you, Piotr. I hope you're doing well. But thermobaric weapons continue to be used. Thermobaric weapons in and of themselves, I'm sure a physicist or a weapons expert can explain much better than I. In a very broad form, it is, you're not just having an explosion, you're actually utilizing the environment, the oxygen specifically, and working with that to create a larger explosion. The ones that are most commonly used, you may have heard of them, the TOS-1A. It's a rocket artillery unit that just makes massive explosions. you see a lot of shock waves, you see a lot of heat injuries, you also see a lot of pressure differentials. Now, why the fuck do you care about pressure differentials? It's going to make your ears pop? No, it's going to make your lungs try and jump out of your throat. That tends to be disadvantageous to your lungs. If you have a massive wave of air, let's say I stuck a vacuum cleaner down your throat because I didn't like you for whatever reason, it's not going to be great. Same thing happens. This is amplified, especially in confined areas such as urban structures, which is why Russia developed these weaponry and used them after what they learned in Chechnya, where they said, oh, wow, it was really hard to level the city to the ground. Let's just kill everybody in every building by, starting a little firestorm tornado inside their lungs. Those are very difficult to treat. There's not a lot you can do if you're close enough to it. That's just sort of the simple. There's much higher level surgical procedures, but if I damage the alveoli in your lungs, you better hope that it happened on an operating room table because it's not going to get much better. Other such things, such as incendiaries, of something interesting to note, the Russian thermite weaponry. I have seen no clear evidence. I've heard no clear evidence from people here. I've heard a couple stories about white phosphorus usage, but generally it's because the way the word translates is phosphorus and people know what it is. While it all burns quite a bit, the difference between white phosphorus and thermite is considerable on a chemical level. Thermite, you can think of it like the super daddy of sparklers, except it burns straight through everything. White phosphorus is technically can be used for cover and concealment, and not, but it also is wildly incendiary in a chemical sense and has been used as such, including by certain NATO countries, including my own, in the past. Thermite here, because I don't know if it's something to do with the chemical formulation, maybe it's aged, maybe there's some sort of incomplete reaction there. I've heard stories where sometimes a thermite falls and it just kind of sucks. It just sort of sits there and it doesn't really burn, it goes right out immediately. Other times where it has definitely been made properly because it just melts through everything it touches. Thermite will burn underwater. It can combust in the absence of oxygen, among other things. And so when it burns, it just burns straight through. It burns, I want to say it's something like 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, if not much more. I remember dealing with it in college for a science lab, and it's just melts straight through. That gets used consistently. It's being used on Kherson practically as we speak. I believe it was used on Kherson in a populated area just a week ago. The fire itself, quite bad. The after effects of incendiaries, also quite bad. Even, if for whatever reason I'm very upset at you because I'm using you for all these terrible examples and I set your home on fire, the fire doesn't need to be what hurts you, but the combustion of things in your home and the smoke can often lead to people passing out or getting sick and dying. And that's been a massive issue as well. People who are exposed to smoke and whatnot, and sort of the after effects of combustion or chemical compounds that are combusted, it can lead to both dramatic, immediate, and long-term health effects. Does that kind of answer your question, or did I run all the way around?
No, it did. It did. As I say, I've not been as up to date on Bakhmut. I'm actually turning another year older today, so
it's not great there. Bakhmut is not great.
No,
but
I'm concerned by it. So yeah, just curious for your thoughts and generally the situation on that front. So no, good to see you too, buddy, and let's stay in touch. I'd like to get you on the podcast at some point.
Yeah, sure, certainly, depending on the time zone differences being what they are. If there's other questions, I'm happy to answer. I'm probably going to try and nod off in the next 20, 30 minutes, just because I expect that they'll probably be woken up at like 3 or 4 in the morning, and then I just have trouble getting back to sleep after that. So is there any quick questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, of course, we appreciate your time. I think we have run through all the hands that we had. So I just wanted to say thank you very much. I really appreciate the work that you're doing over there. And hopefully we will be able to find somebody to help you with some of the administrative work so that you can get that level 2 material up on your Telegram channel sooner rather than later. Piotr may have come in with one last question, so go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah, sorry, I'm being a prick now. I'm curious, because obviously given the G7 and the broader macro elements, what's the situation with foreign supplies like Iran and just other supplies of munitions from anything on that front? Any details about Russian munition supplies from other countries or
Russian munition supplies from Iran? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, well, just like Iran, they've been supplying the drones. Any other countries giving Russia stuff that we should keep track of? I as I say, I'm out of touch with this. So I'm just curious.
They're actually really cracking down on Kazakhstan and tech parts going through there from the pipeline. That's another big thing that happened this week.
I believe they're starting to produce the Shahid drones, or they're moving forward with setting the conditions to produce the Shahid drones indigenously in Russia. Obviously, there's the whole tech pipeline behind it that I won't pretend to understand. But there's been reports it's actually a factory that there was a Ford factory, believe it or not, made some other stuff there that closed because of sanctions, and they're in the process of repurposing it to make these loitering munitions and suicide drones. But beyond that, as far as munitions coming from other countries, I mean, it's an open secret that Belarus is being looted for everything that's not nailed down by the Russian military. Otherwise, there's stuff that's showing up from the 1970s and 1960s, just from deep storage that's being reallocated.
Yeah, they have a Iranian. The Iranians make a 100 millimeter or 105 millimeter artillery shell, and the only guns the Russians have available to use those are T-55 tanks. So they're pulling these tanks out from like the early 50s that were originally built.
Did they repurpose the one sold T-34 yet from the parade, or
no, not
not yet.
No, not that one tank or track vehicle. But
I would actually say, just on the Arab League front, I'm not turning this into diplomatic, don't worry. But watching the speech that Zelensky gave, and then I was speaking to some friends of mine who were there, or like who know people who were there, and they were saying that some of the Arab states are generally looking at those supply links going into Ukraine, and obviously Iran continuing, because Iran's the pariah still in the Middle East. So some interesting developments potentially in the Middle Eastern front, which is why I was just curious from language's perspective if there's been a major shift or not. So yeah, anyway, really interesting stuff. Thanks a lot, guys.
Several of these matters, including the crackdown on sanctions evasion through Kazakhstan and some of the G7 stuff and the Arab League meeting, they're all items that I do have in my updates that we can try to work through quickly. I don't know that we'll get to all those items, though, as we go. Kitty, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the post by Chris Owicki about the terrible rate of Russian deaths due to lack of, military paramedic, that more than half of the Russian soldiers who died in Ukraine lost their lives because of improperly provided medical care, with a third of amputations due to improper tourniquet application. And there's a whole thread that he did. I put it in the nest.
I got to be honest, like the minute language started talking about tourniquets and then mentioned the Russian state thing, my mind immediately went back to that video of their boot camp of when the original conscription happened and telling them that they need to use tampons instead of like gauze. Like just the state of medical equipment.
That one so much, man. So I've heard that one from qualified Americans here, or ones who it just to jump down your throat on it because I hate it so much. For those who do not use menstrual products, the way you stop massive bleeding is with pressure. If that was how tampons worked, people would have much more internal injuries. You do not stop bleeding by absorbing all the blood, because by that point, it's left your body where it's supposed to be, and then you die. So it doesn't work. Use gauze. I've been through the same classes where somebody says, I can stop, your bleeding with a heroin needle, a condom, and, a fucking tampon for, chest seal, a needle decompression device, and a blood specialist. Don't do that. People make medical supplies for a reason. Don't play, MacGyver on, the battlefield. For the love of God, take the tampons out of your personal first aid kit. I've seen people literally have special stores for them. Yeah, it's just, it is one of those pernicious rumors.
It's the unique innovation of the Russians. It's Macalka. It's MacGyver their way.
Oh, God. I've actually seen their tourniquets here. We have a civilian course that we teach as well for free for certain government organizations here. And one of the people there, one of the instructors, has a real hard-on pardon my French, for showing why these tourniquets exactly are such shit. I virtually guarantee the belt that you are wearing right now is better than the rubber tourniquets, which are still produced in the year of our Lord 2023 for God knows what reason. The only thing they're good for is hanging yourself, so you don't have to feel yourself bleed to death. They are absolute, utter garbage. The S-March tourniquets, as they're called, good luck putting those on yourself in a nice, calm environment, much less, I seem to be missing part of my leg. I mean, again, just in that case, the simple instructions, wrap it around your neck and pull it tight. Like, that's all you're going to get out of it.
I think the official term you're looking for, language, is dog shit. But that's what we use in the ER department.
Acknowledging language may have limited time, we'll go to William, and maybe this will be the last question. Go ahead, William.
Yeah, and I came up here a little while ago. My other guys didn't realize I switched over. I just want to kind of just bring back one point to language, and I know you've got to go to sleep, and you should go to sleep right now, is how critically important this conversation has been. I just want to frame it in just one way, is that think about yourself as a 20-year-old kid, and you're fighting in a front line. You just went through basic training, and in an instant, you look over, and there's chaos, and there's dust, and you have a friend that's missing part of his leg, part of their arm, and you have to make a split-second decision to save this person's life. If you don't have the training and you don't have the equipment, people die. And people freeze. People don't know how to do that. So every time someone goes through this class, these types of classes, and we can support these classes, it's teaching young people to react in a methodical way with the right equipment that saves people's lives. And I'm going to tell you, as an 8-year-old kid that's had to go through that exact scenario, being trained is so important, because it's really hard to deal with a situation like that. But if you know, okay, I'm going to do my first 2 steps, I'm going to make sure I do my triage, I'm going to put what I can with my level of medical immediately, and then I'm going to ensure when I hand that casualty off to the next person, they know exactly what's going on. It is life-changing. People's lives are saved by that. I know I can tell you how many people have done it. So language, keep it up, and if you can support this effort, it's a brutal game and it's important.
Well, it's very kind of you to say, and I do feel similar. And like this is not the sexy grenades and guns and bombs, but is the beans and bandages, and I've worked with both here, that make things function. And knowing how to survive a wound that could otherwise be fatal is crucial, especially in a war where you very rarely see your opponent, where, you might be the fastest shot in the West, but that doesn't do a whole lot when 152 millimeters of hurt and pain is streaking towards you. And there's, a video that just came out that maybe we can link up in the nest a couple days ago of a Ukraine soldier getting shots, running around in a trench. And then, basically because he knew what to do, he knew to at least throw a tourniquet on his arm, if not tighten it, and run to somebody in that case who would have been at least somewhat competent in putting it on, that he lived. I believe he severed his brachial artery, but because he was able to get a tourniquet on and apply appropriate compression and move to a higher level of care, the man's still alive, and I believe he still has his arm. So it is the basics. There's a reason they're called the basics. If you're driving a car, knowing how to use the gas and the brakes is crucial and important, and you will use it all the time. Knowing how to spin it out like Fast and Furious might be fun and might be used once in a million, but knowing how to stop is going to be a lot more important. And it's, those are called the Pareto principle. It's the 80-20 rule. It's 20% of stuff you use 80% of the time. The other 80% of the time is used in a minority of cases. It's the same thing here. If you know how to deal with massive bleeding, you know how to preserve an airway, you know how to communicate that and go down the list of, what's going to kill them the fastest, then you will be a net asset to the guy next to you, as opposed to, and this has happened, it's not diminutive to the Ukrainian forces, where one guy in a company knows how to use a tourniquet, and who do you think is the first guy that gets shot? It's like Murphy's Law in action. I've heard that happen multiple times, and then everyone just fucking dies. So being able to get past that point where it's not that it's just the medic's job to make sure that you don't bleed to death, it's everyone's job. It's your job to make sure you don't bleed to death. Getting that level of education widespread is, it's a small step, but it's the step I've chosen to focus on, as well as a number of groups. So I'm very passionate about that because it's something you can do as a non-combatant. I don't touch loaded weapons here. I see no reason to. I will not. But, I'll run around this country until I'm slap tourniquets upside everyone's head until they learn how to put them on. And there'll be a lot more mothers and fathers and sons and daughters going back home when the war's over.
Katie, go ahead.
I'm Mike. Oh, I put the video that you were talking about, language, in the nest. It's a really good one.
Yeah. I don't know about the dude just, I'm appreciative this buddy who just sprints right at the area they got shot and just unloads a magazine into it. But I don't know if that's also the best protocol for, we seem to have been shot from this direction. Let me run straight at it. It worked out for him, so, what do I know? But that's perhaps not the best maneuver.
Okay, so I think with that language, you're obviously you're welcome to hang out and chat, but we don't want to keep you from your sleep. I appreciate that you expanded on a lot of your thoughts because it gave us a lot of great insight from your experience on the ground. And again, if we can get somebody to help you with the admin side of the level 2, posting the level 2 info to Telegram, hopefully we'll connect on that after the space.
That would be fantastic. My DMs are always open, even if I don't always check them. If I do check them when we're talking and I don't respond to you, feel free to shoot me another message. Things get lost in the mess, and it just kind of happens like that. And this game message guy probably wasn't shot in the trench. It was probably shrapnel. But his buddy decided that he was just going to go and shoot the shit out of the first thing he saw. So, it's ride or die, I guess. That's the kind of friend you want to have. That car looked at you wrong, we're hitting it, so on and so forth. But you are right. It's 1:30 in the morning here. I fully expect that we'll be woken up in about 90 minutes or so because that's when they like to hit. Maybe we'll see another very expensive fireworks display tonight. Maybe they'll all miss. We'll see. Maybe they'll hit the area. The drones will hit an area like they did the other day where they ended up almost taking out that mobile ambulance that the Romanians had put. They missed it, thankfully. Blew the hell out of a couple limos. Fully civilian area. I walked around it myself. So, if you have any questions about what's being targeted these days, it's, medical stuff. I wouldn't go hang out at a military hospital during an air raid because the Russians don't seem to care. They haven't really cared since Syria or Chechnya. They don't care now. So that's always a little frustrating, to put it mildly. But I think I'm going to head out now. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful evening. Have a wonderful afternoon. And I will catch you on the flip side. Cheers.
Good night. And so to that end, talking about the strikes, I understand there has been some breaking news, including the random earlier referred to the apparent blackout in Simferopol in Crimea. And apparently there are also reports, and I'm only seeing these in passing because I'm running the space, but of a potential shoot down of a Russian Su-35 near Kherson. So, if any of those are connected with really significant developments, then feel free to let us know. Otherwise, I'll run through my updates, starting with F-16s. But Nuno, I see you have your hand up.
Apparently, the Su-35 was shot over the Black Sea. I've seen that in a number of posts. Not really sure how it was done. Apparently, the crew died. It's early to say, but Ukrainians are saying that it's air defense. That would mean that I know there's an IRIS-T battery in Odessa, but that doesn't have the range for that. So there may be something else out there. Eventually, if it's air defense, eventually the SAM-PT may be operational. That's one thing to keep in mind, I think.
That's a good point. I know it was announced just a few days ago that they were setting that up, so it's possible. We'll have to wait for, I guess, more detail. Random, go ahead.
I will say there's another system that's supplied by the Germans that's not particularly German that has a range of 160 kilometers.
Which, the SAMPT?
Oh, no. There's another.
Well, can you elaborate for the benefit of the audience, Random?
Okay, it's a Pac-2 Patriot. So I don't know if they're
in
the area,
that battery is not there. I know what that battery is. It's not there.
Okay, but just keep that to yourself for the sake of OPSEC per second.
Yeah, I know what the battery is. I was told what the battery is. It's not in Odessa. In Odessa, it's the IRIS-T, and because everyone knows it's there. And eventually, there in that region, we may have the SAMPT, which is the other system that has the range for this kind of interception. If it's over the Black Sea, we don't know also any specifics on that.
Yeah. So we'll wait for the details on that shoot down. It was just breaking news that was interesting. On the front of breaking news, just because we like to cover it, we had a regular in our space who was from Greece, really nice guy who was interested in our mentioning the Greek election. There was thought that it might be very close run. I understand some results from that are available. Jacoby, did you have any numbers on that to let us know what the outcome's like?
Sure. I can put it up in the nest. I can't remember if I did earlier or not, so I will. I'm just going back in my messages. If you give me 1 second.
Sure. Yep. No rush. But anyway, we just wanted to cover that. Even though it was thought to be closely run, I don't know that it had considerable implications for Ukraine. We had covered the ongoing Turkish election in some detail. I suppose there's the potential that a change in government might have resulted in more hardware support to Ukraine, in that I know Greece has held on to many of its air defense systems and related because of concern about competition with Turkey. But it's sounding like perhaps there won't be a significant change in policy there. In any event, I'll jump into the updates from the last couple of days, starting with F-16. We did have a longer conversation about technical aspects of it in our Thursday space when John Ridge was kind enough to come and co-host with us. But since then, there's been, a bit of a breakthrough. We still don't have any country that has specifically said we will provide them. But I understand it seems like there is a tone of somebody will certainly provide them. To that end, starting with the second item in the nest, I just thought this one was entertaining. Biden, I believe at the G7 summit, was asked, well, Russia says that providing F-16s is a colossal risk. What do you have to say about that? And his response was simply, well, it is for them, which is a pretty direct way to respond to that, suggesting that any fear about it being a red line is no longer a factor. Before continuing, Jacoby, go ahead.
Sorry, I just put in the nest a post about the Greek election results, that 90% of the results are in, and that it would appear that the new Democracy Party, which is the party of the current prime minister, whose last name I'm not going to pretend to try and pronounce, they have about 40% of the vote, which is double that of the main opposing party. So the new Democracy Party is viewed as sort of conservative, as I understand it, and the biggest opposition party, Syriza, is left-leaning, and they are 40% to 20% of the electoral vote. So it's pretty decisive that the existing prime minister will remain in power, and that they may have gained seats in the parliament there. And so it's not likely that there's going to be any concern about a runoff or anything like that.
at the last moment, our Greek friend couldn't join us today. If, as a result of this, there are any significant policy changes, we'll keep our eye on it, and particularly as it relates to NATO and the war in Ukraine. So continuing on the F-16, just to get some interesting content in front of you guys.
Sorry, Michael, do you mind if I jump in? I thought my hand was raised.
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't see it. On Greece? Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's something I can speak a little bit more about. Just for context, the new ND is not, we're not going to see a shift in NATO, which is what this space is focused on, is, relationship to Ukraine. But given what's happening in Turkey, obviously we have the runoff there in a week. And I largely, as I said in a interview last week, think it's probably going to go back to Erdogan, unfortunately. I don't want him to win, but it seems that his few policy PR manipulations, if you like, with the raising of the public sector wages, I think he's going to win it again, and we're going to have the continued tensions with Greece. So for people listening, if you're not aware, there are ongoing border maritime disputes between Greece and Turkey, which are obviously both NATO members. And whilst I don't think it's going to become something that embroils worse situation, it has been enough of a concern that we've seen the US, the UK, and a few other larger, NATO members drawing attention to that this part of, the Eastern Med needs to be stabilized, also just because of its access to the Bosphorus Strait and proximity to Ukraine and the Middle East as well. So, from what I understand with the Greek elections, he's set to win about 145 seats, 6 short, as Jacobi said, of a majority. But it looks like he will try to either run on a minority sort of ticket or go for a second election potentially in late June when the winning party could pick up bonus seats. The opposition member, Alexis Tsipras, he was actually far left about 10 years ago when the Euro crisis happened, and has since sort of gravitated towards the centre left, and the Caesar party has become, a bedrock of Greek's political system, despite being a peripheral party in the early parts of the 2010s. So there are still some small developments in Greece that could upset that, but it's not so much that as it is across the border in Turkey, and whether or not I can't ever pronounce his surname, the opposition candidate can overthrow or overcome the opposition of Erdogan, which as I say, I don't think is likely. So there is still this potential tension between these two, which, could set to get worse if Erdogan feels emboldened and, tries to, coerce or exploit NATO for more, whatever it is, right, concessions. So that's all I was going to add. Thank you.
That's helpful additional context. And, for those who don't know, Piotr runs a geopolitical podcast called The Global Gambit that for many of his interviews, I often will co-host with him. And it'll be interesting whether Piotr gets to it or whether we do a follow-up to look at sort of the combination of the Turkish election and the outcome of the Greek election. I do wonder whether perhaps the Greek election has gone more toward the incumbent because they're looking for stability given what happened in Turkey. But go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah, no, I would say that's a fair point. From the brief I am planning. So there's a few elections, actually. We do have a second part for when the Turkish election finishes. Going to have a panel group on Twitter and YouTube as normal to just break down what it means, particularly for foreign policy. I'm also going to be doing a deeper dive into the Thai election, which frankly was more interesting than the Turkish one, but I didn't even know was happening until the day of it. And then the third one I want to do is Greece as well, because as you said, rightly so, I think the reason why Greeks may have picked the incumbent is because Greece is actually, economically speaking, after the tumultuous period of the past few years, they've been doing well. I was reading some analysis earlier today about the economy, and while it's not booming, the economy's definitely stabilized and seen some improvements relative to other what was known colloquially as the PIGS, which was basically the Mediterranean countries and Ireland, so PIIGS. And Greece was obviously the hardest hit, debt to GDP ratio of 250%, I think, or 210%, second only to Japan. And that's been improved. It's not much better, but it's improved. And then there's also the situation with Turkey, because if you have a foreign policy that is staunch and assertive against what you consider to be, regress is the right word, but belligerent, like Turkey is, or Greece feels Turkey is being, then you're gonna keep that person in power. So I do think that that's played into the results that we've seen today.
Thanks for that. Go ahead, Nuno.
I actually beg to differ a bit, because I think the most important factor for today's result were the frankly excellent economic results that New Democracy achieved, more than anything related to the Turks. The Turks are a stable part. Let's say it's one of the stable interests, or the relationship with Turkey is one of the factors that everyone in Greece agrees with, all political parties. There's no really major difference there. And frankly, I believe that regarding Turkey, even the Greeks prefer Erdogan, because they know basically what's there. They wouldn't have to shift their policy that much. I think New Democracy just reaped the results of good economic results, recovery, solid growth. So it's basically, as the man used to say, it's the economy, right? And that's probably the main factor there for quite the victory by New Democracy over Syriza. And there's no room there for any adventures right now. And I think that's the driving factor of today's results. Even if they're not super majority, they have ran the country quite well over the last few years, and that is being rewarded by Greek electorate.
Well, thanks for that context. I hadn't been following it all that closely, so I appreciate that. Piotr, do you want to come in for a last point on Greece?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Sorry, a bit of a back and forth. No, I mean, I agree with you on the economy point. I mean, 95% of the time, the economy is always the biggest thing for any electorate, but Greece particularly. What I would say just on the Erdogan front, that's interesting. I had actually heard that perspective from some Macedonian observants, because North Macedonia, Greece had their issues, but also there's some tensions with Turkey over certain border disputes. And what I think is interesting is that, well, I'll put it this way. So, like, you kind of know what you're getting with Erdogan because it's the same dude, but because of how much he has shifted his foreign policy approach in even the past 2 years, he is increasing his verbal willingness. At least he's being more ambitious, or willing to be open with his interest in hanging out with the Chinese or the Russians. We saw this last year in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. He's expressed interests in sort of banding together with groups of countries that we may not have seen, whilst knowing that he can still exploit the NATO Western dependency on Turkey. Because, as I keep saying, Turkey has a disproportionate influence on so many different things. So while I agree with you, I also think the Greeks may be surprised because Erdogan might, pull out a few rabbits of his hat, if you know what I mean. So I'm not sure. I'm not saying I like the other guy 100%, but he was definitely more pro-NATO sort of stability and predictability. So it's going to be interesting if he does stay in power, how that goes, how that plays out.
So Nuno, we'll give you the last word, partly because it might drive Piotr nuts.
No. One interesting aspect of that is that Erdogan has played a good hand with Ukraine. He basically created a situation where Turkey is the kingmaker in the Black Sea. That's his main interest in that. He has helped, he has brokered the Syrian deal, for instance, with the Russians, but he has also been fundamentally supporting Ukraine, even with assets. I think that I would say to be advised that there's a very significant history to be told about Turkish support to Ukraine. It's far deeper than many think. Even if Erdogan himself sometimes works with the Russians, but I believe his core interest is not allowing Russia to dominate the Black Sea. He doesn't care anything about the independence or the, let's say, the situation in Ukraine that much, but he cares about Russia not controlling the Black Sea, because that's absolutely critical for Turkey. It's a core national security interest of Turkey, and by extent, a core interest of NATO. So in that sense, he has played a good hand. Turkey has become the key player in the Black Sea, and has effectively supported Ukraine extensively, more than most people know. And there's a story to be told about that. But Erdogan will be Erdogan. I mean, he will do what's best for him, first and foremost, what's best for the party, and eventually what's good for Turkey. But we'll see how that plays out. I'm not really fond of either parties in Turkish elections, but if I have to choose one, I would say that probably for now, let's stick with the devil we know. Just a thought about it.
So we will definitely pay attention to that. Keep an eye on Piotr's spaces and any sort of aspects that touch on OSINT or the implications for Ukraine we'll bring up in our conversations in the future as well. So moving on to updates, some of the material I prepared. Again, getting back to the F-16s, I noted Biden's comments at the G7 about how F-16s are primarily a risk for Russia, which is, a quip that's definitely making the rounds. Starting now with, I think it's the fourth item in the nest. It's a tweet by Bryn Tannehill, who, if I'm not mistaken, is she yes, I thought she may have been in government now, but I guess she's just a former naval pilot. She is a former naval pilot. And she wrote a very thoughtful thread on maybe more the strategic impact of the F-16s. To note that they're extremely useful. They may be particularly helpful with management of the Black Sea if the LRASM, which I think is the long-range anti-ship missile, is made available for those aircraft. But she notes that they, don't have the features of fifth-generation aircraft, and that air defense on both sides is so lethal that it seems like neither side is really going to try to assert air dominance over the other. And so there are definitely incremental improvements, but that it is not on its own a game changer. So I thought that was a thoughtful analysis. The fourth item back in the nest is a tweet by Thomas Tyner, and he goes into which versions of the F-16 are thought to be available. It's been making the rounds that several, I believe it was Dutch F-16s that had been arranged for sale to a private company. That sale has been canceled. and it's thought that those are the leading candidates to be provided. But Thomas goes into some of the versions that others have. And for those who don't know, if you think about, for example, software version numbers, where nowadays it's fairly standard to have, one dot, and then for every little increment of improvement, they'll add to the number after the dot. Well, in aircraft, often what they'll have is they'll have sort of letter designators, for like A or B, and those are sort of broad variant categories. But then as well, there's something called the block number, which is when a group of aircraft is contracted to be produced, each run is a block, and they're all produced to the same standard, but there may be small incremental differences between blocks. And so it's not exactly an analogy, but I tend to think of the F-16A, the F-16B, and so on as like the major version changes, and then the block numbers help you differentiate small differences within the major changes. And so he's talking about how these are likely to be Block 20 aircraft. They're probably F-16A/B, but then to note that they got what's called a midlife upgrade, particularly to their radars. So anyway, all of those details are set out by Thomas better than I can speak to immediately here. So I'd encourage you to have a look at that. And I see hands. I will go to them in just a moment. 2 more points. There was a question put about would the United States be giving Ukraine F-16s from its own stock? And the response provided was by Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, was not right now, which is not a no, but it is sounding like it will probably come from other countries initially. However, there's lots of optimism that the maintenance, spare part, and so on, supply chain from the United States may be available earlier, even if airframes are not going. To that end, on Thursday, we discussed how the UK definitely was going to set up a training program, and several other countries, including France and I think Belgium, had said they were open to it. Since then, as you look at the 6th item back in the nest, both Denmark and Portugal have said that they would like to join a fighter jet coalition. I believe Italy has now come out and said that they would train as well, and the United States has said they would be open to doing some training. So that's, sort of the floodgates seem like they're opening. We'll go through hands. I think it was random, and then Piotr. Go ahead, random.
Yeah, so just the general gist of things. The major countries for export. So most people remember there was talks of possibly selling off the old scheduled for retirement F-16s to a private company and then hiring mercenary Air Force pretty much to get them to Ukraine. What happened was that got scrapped pretty much when this fighter jet coalition happened. And so all the sales to the same company have been canceled. So now that they're just going to apply them directly, we're looking at most likely A and B variants, like you said. The variants themselves, just to run through them real quick, F-16A M standing for the modernization after the midlife upgrade, which took place in the 90s for all European-made F-16s. The U.S. initially pulled out of that, and then the upgrade systems for each F-16 kind of turned into a hodgepodge. So every modernized F-16A, Block 15, or Block 20, or F-16B has a uniqueness, a unique characteristic flavor to them, depending on which country you go to. But the one thing that's important to remember is they can't use the HARM missile because they aren't part of the CD designation. So the United States Air Force uses something called the F-16C or Block 50, Block 52. That's capable of using the HARM missile that they jury-rigged on to MiG-29s and Su-27s in Ukraine right now. Obviously, that could be like updated with a software patch, hopefully. I know Bryn goes into this, and as does Tom Steiner. But the major thing that you just mentioned earlier, Mr. Bond, was the fact that the Norwegian models and I believe the Dutch models of the F-16 are capable of using long-range anti-ship missiles and long-range strike munitions. In particular, the Norwegian one is capable of using what is called the JASSM missile. And if you don't know what that is, it is basically an American version of the Storm Shadow. It's the same type of missile, same type of effect. So I would expect if the F-16s are going and they are going to use the munition set, they mainly use long-range air-to-air missiles, which is something beyond visual range, or BVA, which is something Ukrainians have desperately needed in some respects for their air defense. And that's the most key important. The second fact is they use glide bombs, or JDAMs, which have already been announced in theater. And then there's also the Maverick missile, which is an anti-tank missile for the most part, air to ground. And then, like I said, they can even use, like some of the variants can use anti-ship missiles in the case of Norway. But like I could go further into it, but basically they each also have pods and other subsets of munitions and equipment. It's going to be interesting to see if the Ukrainians can manage all those different updates and upgrades, because the fact that the MLU program in the 90s got so hodgepodge. But yeah, these countries are going to have to work together to get them all ready to go. But I do know that the Belgians were the first ones to use that had F-16s to join up with the fighter coalition until the others came in. And I know the Netherlands just heard some whispers that like this is kind of their way of getting payback on the Russians for the MH17 downing, is to try and send these fighter jets over. But the other thing to keep in mind is these fighters were slated to get replaced in a lot of cases by the F-35 program. So yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Minutia. Nuno.
I think Piotr was...
All right, as you wish. Piotr?
Did I unmute at the wrong time?
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bed anyway, so I just wanted to add a couple of points from the, again, non-tactical side. I mean, F-16s is quite interesting. If you cast your mind back to when Giorgia Meloni first, I think, paid her visit to Ukraine, and she was pretty categorical that Italy would not be supplying them anytime soon. Obviously, these things change, but there was one article I was reading that was saying that, you know, Zelensky's appearance and statements of intent are still not follow-throughs on actual policy. The fact that the US has given the green light for other countries who have F-16s to give them if they so want is probably the biggest step forward, aside from countries actively just saying that we're going to do it. So, you know, and there was what was interesting was the brief, I don't know if any of you saw it, there was a brief bit of tension between Giorgia Meloni and the Prime Minister of Canada. Now, I know that was mainly over LGBT stuff, but I got the sense that it was also just over the willingness by which certain countries to commit to Ukraine wholeheartedly on certain things. Like Meloni, Italy generally is a country that's been a bit, you know, deviating around a bit more on certain support to Ukraine, right? So that was just a brief, unusual moment of sort of confliction in Western unity and support to Ukraine, which I just thought was quite worth taking note of. And then the last thing I was just going to say is great to see everyone here again. I've been out of action just because it's been my I've turned another year older, which is great, but I'll be back to hosting more regular stuff next week, so keep an eye out, and thanks again for the space, Michael.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
I think he really wants us to sing him "Happy Birthday, Mr. Bond."
Hell fucking no! I'm leaving before you do that. Night, guys.
I mean, Nuno put his hand up, so that may be what he wanted to speak to. Go ahead, Nuno.
Regarding Italy, for instance, I beg to differ with Piotr because Italy is just sent like 60 M109 self-propelled guns to Ukraine, right? It's one of the biggest artillery donors to Ukraine. The fact is the Italians have supplied quite a bit of kit. They haven't said it. They haven't really said anything about it. They've sent a bunch of 155 ammunition. So Italy has done a fairly close, fairly important support for Ukraine. Regarding the F-16s, I believe from what I've heard, it's 30 units to start with. Portugal will be training probably ground crews and pilots, especially the ground crews. We have an excellent ground crew training program that we already used for the Romanian F-16s because we sold them, part of our F-16s. I don't think, unless there's some sort of outstanding deal there, I don't think there's going to be a supply of F-16s. We are in the process of modernization for all our F-16s to the M standard, the F-16M, and probably a squadron to the F-16 Viper standard. So there's quite a bit of investment going on there. And on the F-16s, I think the most important part of it will be the JDAMs, of course, and to ensure that you have the air-to-air medium range air-to-air missiles that are beyond line of sight or beyond radar. So that's important. That's one key aspect for Ukraine to be able to intercept Russian aircraft. For their own air defense. Of course, no one expects Ukraine to basically go and discuss air superiority over the overall theater. That's not the point. At least with the initial batch of like 30 planes that are going to come from the Netherlands and the Danes mostly, and a few others. But we're facing like 30 aircraft, something like that, for early mid-September, early October. That's my take on that. There's obviously significant issues with the several variants that the different European countries use. Yes, that's a problem. That was well said. That's quite significant, but I think their main use will be air-to-air superiority, relative superiority at least, and of course the ability to use harpoons against Black Sea assets. That could be a game changer.
Great points. And I have a little bit more detail on some of those in this next block of sources on the F-16. I'll run through those, then I'll keep going with hands. So looking at the first item in the nest, this section I had grouped together on beyond the F-16 or in addition to the F-16. So Andrei Melnik, who is a Ukrainian diplomat, he put out a tweet this morning saying that, F-16s, of course, are their priority, but that the coalition could include Eurofighter and Tornado, and that all of those jets matter as well, which is interesting that the, Ukrainian politicians aren't just laser focused on the F-16, which is certainly fair. That has been the dialogue all along. The second item in the nest, I like the graphic in here in particular. It's the tweet by Thomas Steiner, where it's a Venn diagram that shows the very high level, the three roles of combat aircraft being suppression of enemy air defense, air-to-air engagement, and close air support. That's what SEAD, AA, and CAS stand for. And you see that some aircraft can perform more than one role, and some can perform all of them. But the more roles that you take on in general, the less specialized you are at that one particular niche. And it's to highlight that the F-16 really is multi-role, which is why it's one of the better options for Ukraine. So I thought breaking down the roles was interesting. I hadn't seen people discussing that in that way. But further to that, the third item, tweet by Tyler Rogway, who writes for the War Zone. He wanted to note that, while there's a debate about whether F-16s will be provided, there are FA-18s in several places around the world, including in particular some that have been retired in Australia, and suggesting that they would also serve a great purpose. And so to that end, if you scroll back to the last item I just talked about, that Venn diagram put up by Tyner, if F-16s are a great multi-role option, then the FA-18 is a more specialized. It can either be in the air-to-air close air support role. I don't know whether any of the Australian retired versions are the F-18G model, which would be more specialized to suppression of enemy air defense, but you see that it would serve slightly different purposes. So I thought it was an interesting argument, and there's a whole article about it from the Drive in Rogway's post. The fourth item in the nest, I'll just call this a hot take, but I thought it was interesting. It's David D., who writes a lot about, strategy, and he can be aggressively optimistic in his estimations, but it's often good for conversation. He's breaking down where he thinks the Ukrainian Air Force could be in a year from now, including not just F-16s, but also F-18s and several European aircraft, including the Eurofighter and the Mirage. Now, I have no idea how realistic that is, but just the fact that people are out there making that suggestion, I think, is relevant. Final point on the F-16s for today is it's the tweet by Phillips O'Brien, fifth back in the nest. We had a bit of a conversation on Thursday about whether the apparent progress may be connected with departures from the United States policy-wise, including Colin Cole, who is a sort of chief of policy in the Defense Department, and then speculation of a decreasing role for the National Security Advisor. So O'Brien in this thread goes into that, whether it is the sort of sidelining of Sullivan. And interestingly, I think was it the Washington Post who came out the other day and said that the primary champion within the U.S. administration for providing F-16s is Secretary of State Blinken. And in any event, O'Brien runs through his thoughts on the political machinations in the U.S. Of course, it's speculation on his part. It's not OSINT, right? But it's still interesting to consider if we can infer who may have taken what positions and whether departures or shifts could signal changes on the provision of other systems, whether it be ATACMS or the the DPICM, the dual purpose munitions that have several munitions in one canister that are still being debated in the U.S. So if you want some political tea reading, have a look at that thread. We have a couple of hands. I think it was Random first and then Aaron. Go ahead, Random.
So I have gotten into a few debates with people over the Roadway article about the F-18s. The main drawback to the F-18s that are retired by Australia is they aren't FA FA-18Es or F-18Fs. Those are known as Super Hornets. Basically, they're an upgraded 4th-generation plus version of the FA-18, and the EF-18G that you see in there is a version of the Super Hornet that's known as the Growler. That's not likely to happen with these Australian ones because they're mainly F-18s, like C's and D models. The only country that still uses them and supplies them currently is a license-built variant for the most part in Canada, which is the CF-18. And the CF-18 is also at the end of its rope and also is desperate for to keep their parts in order. So the parts in Canada would have to be the main supply distribution model, because even in the U.S., they've already shut down the Super Hornet production line to transition to the next fighter aircrafts, particularly probably the FA-XX program. The other thing, so these things are old, probably even older than some of the F-16s. The other thing, but they have a capability to them, which is they're designed to take off from aircraft carriers, so they can move better in rugged terrain and runways. So the argument is they fulfill kind of the same role as a Gripen or the Swedish fighter aircraft, which is also designed for a war that the one that Ukraine is fighting. But the problem is that Sweden doesn't make enough of them, and in this case, this aircraft is maintenance intensive because of the second engine. When it comes to France, I've also heard Ukrainians at the same time they were in the U.S. were possibly in France, or France was talking about supplying them with what is known as the Mirage 2000, which fulfills a multi-role capability in the French Air Force. I would say the possibility of the
apologies if I'm interrupting. I've seemed to have lost Random. Has anybody else lost him, or is it just me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I lost him.
So sorry about that, Random, if you've had technical difficulties, but appreciate your comments. If you need to cycle and come back up, we'd be happy to have you. In his absence, Aaron, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Michael. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, come through.
The F-18s are very worn out as well. They did a lot of tours in Iraq and the Middle East, and the ones we sent about 10 or 12 to Canada. We sold them to them, but we spent about 6 or 7 months going through the entire airframe and wings to refurbish them. And then I heard from a guy came on a space from Canada who said they'd spent another 12 months over there refurbishing them. So assuming that they'd have to do a lot of low flying and pulling Gs, I just can't imagine that the Australian versions would hold up over any period of time unless there was a huge amount of investment. The only way, I think Finland has got some really out-of-the-box ones that are in perfect working order. I don't know if the Australian ones could be sent as spare parts if they were somehow given, but Finland's waiting for F-35s, I think it is. So they probably wouldn't give them up unless they got some F-35s earlier. They're waiting till 2026. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Yep, great points. I'm a Canadian, so we are notorious for buying equipment that we then have to refurbish for years. And it sounds like there are several countries that are in the same boat in terms of having these aircraft that would be great for Ukraine, but they're all waiting on replacement with F-35s. I know that Canada is in the same boat in that we just put our order for F-35 in about 6 months ago, but probably are not in a position to turn over any of our F-18s or CF-18s until replacements are available. So, I mean, you know, fair points. It would be interesting.
The other thing that could happen but I don't know if it would, is Australia has a lot of... We went in early on the joint development of the F-35, and the countries that did that got the early production run. So we've got about 220, 230 F-35s. So I don't know. There's a lot of politics involved. But if we were to lend 5 to Finland and say, sling us back 5 in 2026, we seem to have a lot, well over 200. I don't know if that would work somehow, but if it came to a pinch, you'd hope the politicians might be able to wangle something, but I don't know. Thanks.
That's an interesting suggestion. I haven't heard anybody suggest a backfill like that. I know the United States, there's the German, what did they call it? The Ringtausch program, where they backfilled some tanks that were provided to Ukraine early on. I suspect many people would look to the United States potentially to provide fighter alternatives. I know where people, I'm sure, will correct me. I don't remember whether it was Slovakia that gave up some of its aircraft on an understanding that 2 of their neighbors would take up air patrol over their territory for a few years. So there is a little bit of accommodation like that happening. But it's an interesting thought. I'll also note that those countries that participated in the F-35 consortia did get early access, but you only wind up with those fighters if you're then smart enough to make use of your early access and order them. And not all countries did that, tragically. I think it was Kitty and then Sam. Go ahead, Kitty.
Michael, would you mind if I ask Aaron what kind of bird that is contributing to the space with them?
Probably a magpie, I'd say. I'm in Australia, so yeah, it might be a magpie. I can't see him at the moment. I'm not a bird tweet expert, so sorry.
Oh, okay, I thought he was right there. Thank you.
Sam, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I was in an F-18 squadron. We were the 3rd squadron in the Marines to transition from the F-4s to the F-18s, and that was in 1983. And that's when the F-18s came out, was in 1983. The F-16s are an older bird. They came out in 1978, and I think the last model rolled out in 2017. And the F-18s, the last Model C, rolled out in 2018. And Michael, we flew up to Cold Lake and did a 2 or 3 week training with the Canadians. And the Canadians didn't have hand-me-downs. They had brand new F-18s. So, they were right up there. It was... it was an experience. It was pretty cool, but it wasn't, they had brand new aircraft going on up there. But so I'm a little biased on the F-18s because since I was there, and on that graph up in the nest on number 2, the F-18s need to be put in the middle as a multi-role because they are. And they're probably getting a little bit harder to find parts, but pretty soon the F-16 is going to be in the same boat. Anyway, that's all.
I appreciate that. That's really cool experience that you have. When I refer to buying equipment to refurbish, it was only because we more recently purchased Australian F-18s as a stopgap while we were delaying quite a long time on deciding on the F-35. But more generally, that Canada has a habit of buying helicopters and submarines and so on that are used and in need of a lot of care. Okay. So that was it for F-16s. For those who might wonder, I normally run my spaces for 3 hours and we're now well past that. I prepared a bunch of material today, and it's pretty common that we get through like a tiny fraction of what I prepare. The earlier conversation with Language Learner was terrific, and I wouldn't have wanted to, cut it short at all. But I put a fair bit of time into preparing the material, so I figure while we're all here, I'm going to keep rolling for a little while. And if you can't stick around, that's no problem. I'm not sure how long I'll go. We probably still won't get through it all, but I wanted to at least cover a little bit more than we typically do. On that front, the next topic I wanted to cover was Wagner and sort of Russian forces. Now, there was leftover material from past spaces that I thought was very interesting that we just couldn't get to for several in a row. There's no way we're going to cover it today. I just wanted to highlight it to people because it's related to this topic. So I'm putting up, instead of putting up the posts individually, I'm putting up just my block agenda pieces. So you can go away and look at them if you'd like to. On the Russian forces front, the first two tweets in the nest are those blocks from past spaces, including some detail in there because I'm a fan of numbers. I'm collecting these all for my own analysis in the background. But there were some disclosures about from the Ukrainians about how many Russians had surrendered total. There was a thread about increasing rates of Russian desertions. There was a newspaper article from Medusa about the rate of Russian AWOL cases increasing, including trials of those who have gone AWOL and then been caught. There was the fact that some of these Central Asian countries where there are fighters coming from them, but several of them have laws against their citizens fighting in foreign wars. And there was the first trial of a Kyrgyzstani for having fought for the Russians in the war, and he was sentenced to, I think, 10 years. So anyway, those are high-level details. And then in...
Your mic is getting a little bit funky. So
okay. Sure.
Until Michael cycles back, it will just be 1 second. And just a reminder to everybody in this space, it's been really great to have everybody here. And if you are liking what you've been hearing and you want other people to have access to the space too, and who might not know it's here, please do retweet it out. And if you want to ask any questions, please do request the mic. And although Michael's going through a bunch of older news items, he's, welcomes any questions people might have about it. So please do, and we'll try and get you up.
Thanks for covering for me for a moment. For those who don't know, I run the space on an emulator, and every so often it accumulates some error, and I have to go and fix the mic. Yeah, so anyway, those first two posts in the nest are just the background. AWOL, desertion. There are some estimates on Russian casualties that are about a week old. There were both concerns expressed, apparently unofficially, on the Ukrainian side about may Russia have a reserve of troops that's not accounted for, and then the UK Ministry of Defense came out and said it's very unlikely that even if they have a reserve, it's very unlikely they would be combat effective. So running on that theme, the updates from the last few days, starting with the third item in the nest, I'm sure that everybody here has heard this by now, but it's understood that Russia now controls nearly all of the city territory of Bakhmut. I know that the Ukrainians are saying the battle is not over, and Zelensky was asked that specifically at the G7, but it is pretty well understood that almost the entirety of the urban area is under Russian control at the moment. Now, we've covered many times that Ukraine is now working sort of on the flanks. It's unclear how that strategy will be pursued once they launch a more significant portion of their offensive, whether it's sort of a pinning maneuver or whether it's significant to their strategy. We'll find that out. But given that development in Bakhmut, looking at the fourth item back in the nest, tweet from Rob Lee, several Russian commentators have talked about how Russian casualty rates are considerably higher in the areas just outside the city itself, which, Rob attributes to the fact that Wagner has structured itself as an assault force composed largely of prisoners, and that they aren't equipped or organized in a way to be particularly effective in open field fighting. And so that may be part of what has inspired Prigozhin to make comments about withdrawing Wagner from the city in order to rebuild its combat capacity. So thinking about combat capacity, fifth item back, this is the version that the Study of War put out, but it was widely reported that Medvedev had claimed that Russia in, year to date 2023 has recruited 117,000 personnel, which some people are skeptical about, given that the mobilization period ended in, I believe it was late January. And since it has been voluntary recruitment since then, their ability to voluntarily recruit up to 100,000 people is causing some doubt. Even if you take the 117,000 number for granted, others have pointed out that it's believed that just this year, Russia has taken 100,000 casualties as well. So essentially what that means is, taking the Russian figure for granted, they have only net increased their force by 20,000, and at that, less trained and experienced personnel. By the way, that claim that Russia has lost or has had 100,000 casualties this year was repeated by Biden at the G7 the other day, after having been initially announced about a week ago. So then the question becomes, well, what does Wagner do? And looking at the sixth item in the nest, it's a tweet by Marcel Plichta, and he does a lot of OSINT work, but he's responding or reacting to a thread put up by Chris O. And Chris O is covering speculation that Wagner, after pulling out from Bakhmut, may shift, instead of rebuilding combat capacity in an effort to re-engage in Ukraine, may refocus its efforts in Russia, which is probably where it makes the majority of its money. And in particular, the translation Chris provides has speculation that Wagner may try to increase its influence in Sudan. But the reason that I chose to present this with Marcel's commentary over it is he says that there are a lot of qualifications in the thread that speculates about Sudan, and that really it's best to wait for actual evidence of increasing activity in Sudan by Wagner, particularly evidence that resources are being redirected from Ukraine to Sudan. And I think that's a worthwhile, not to sort of assume it's a foregone conclusion and then reinforce your biases with a little bit of news, but instead to wait for, clearer evidence that the shift is from Ukraine to Sudan. And as a final point on Wagner, just to highlight the fact that, yes, it very much is engaged in activities in Africa. There was an article put out by The Guardian, that's what's the seventh item back in the nest, talking about belief that Wagner was involved in a massacre in a particular village in Mali where up to 500 people were killed. And, that would just be one aspect of their engagement in Africa. They're, in addition to Mali, they're also in the Central African Republic. They also appear to have been involved in events in Burkina Faso in the last few months. So, they really are insidious, and they have their hands in many events in Africa, influencing them in a violent way that's contrary to the interests of the majority of the West. The next topic I wanted to talk about was some military hardware updates. There aren't as many of those this week, but I'm just populating them into the nest. Hopefully they should show up for you in just a moment. The first of which is just a summary. At the G7 today, Biden announced an additional hardware aid package to Ukraine. I believe it was valued at $300 million. Yeah, it's not included in the tweet version, but I saw it was either $300 or $350 million. And there's a breakdown of the content in the tweet from OSINT Technical, the majority of which is ammunition for systems along the lines that we've seen previously. However, there were some bridging systems and some heavy logistics equipment in there that we know are particularly valuable to support an offensive. The second item back in the nest is we have been talking about how the German manufacturer Rheinmetall is developing plans to build a factory in Ukraine, potentially to produce tanks. And now, of course, that's understood to be a long-term initiative. The German newspaper Bild wrote just the other day, wrote about comments made by, I believe, the CEO of Rheinmetall, saying that they also intended to produce Fuchs, I think they're infantry fighting vehicles, as well, in cooperation with Ukraine, which is, a great development to the extent that we're talking about the construction of heavy defense industrial base. We just keep hearing, new developments that they're building a modern industry, which is terrific. Third item in the nest, talking about Russian missile supply. This one was interesting. I hadn't seen an estimate of the number of missiles that Russia could produce, or I think in the past that what estimates were provided were for particular model types. Now Ukraine has come out and said that they believe that the total per month production is about 60 cruise missiles and 7 ballistic missiles per month, which is an understanding of, a sort of a limitation on the number of airstrikes that they can carry out. Of course, it's still concerning that they have this capacity, which, begs questions about, are they still digging into their inventory? Where are they getting the components for these, which we'll get into in just a moment. But Jacoby, you have your hand up. Would you like to go ahead?
If you could just check your DM pretty quickly, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I'll look at that as I'm heading along. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yes. So the next two items, talking about equipment in Ukraine. Items number 4 and 5. Number 4, it's links you to a report put together by the Jamestown organization, and it was written by Pavel Luzin, who is a professor at the Fletcher School of Law, and he writes regularly for Russian newspapers like Riddle, and he's done an analysis of anticipated Russian missile stocks. Now, I can't vouch for how accurate his estimates are, but the Jamestown Foundation has done estimates in the past for artillery manufacturing rates that I thought were well done. So I suspect that this analysis of missile inventory is well done as well. So I bring it to your attention. And then finally, on the equipment front, for the last few days, Random Minutia made reference to this earlier, but it's a report that was put out by the Organization for Crime and Corruption Reporting, and it's looking at how Kazakhstan has become one of the primary pathways to supply parts to the Russian defense industry. It's acknowledged that several countries are contributing to that, including Turkey and China, but Kazakhstan is a significant one. I believe people who have been looking at trade stats have seen dramatic increases in sale of certain electronic parts to Kazakhstan that are well in excess of what they would typically purchase, suggesting that a lot of it is intended for illicit resale into Russia. I know that there has started to be discussion about limited application of secondary sanctions on some countries, whereby if those countries don't have their own rules about sales of equipment to Russia, then the West will attempt to say, well, we won't permit our people, our citizens, to export any of these type of equipment to you, which means that your population will be cut off from this equipment as well. And so we'll see whether there's enough appetite for that sort of harsher stance. It's been avoided because if it was applied consistently, then it has the potential to start trade wars, particularly with larger suppliers like China. And so it's been avoided for that reason, because if applied unevenly, it will have lots of implication of, bias and playing favorites. But it sounds like there is an appetite to move in that direction now. Brandon, did you have any thoughts on that? I know you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, sorry about that. My phone died. But no, it's interesting that they're starting to go after the Central Asian pipeline, as it quote unquote, when it comes to trying to get these missile stocks, the technical parts and components from getting into Russia. I know that a lot more sanctions have been not sanctions, but there's multiple sanctions packages that were announced at the G7, including an interesting one that doesn't involve technology as much as it does the diamond smuggling by the US and the UK are trying to crack down on that. In addition to that, there's also been tech thefts or attempted tech thefts. So we saw prosecutions or opened up against numerous either Chinese, Iranian, or Russian nationals trying to get material from Western countries. One notable one was a couple of people in, I believe, Miami. The Miami Herald came out with a story. A couple in Florida had their apartment or condo raided by the FBI for trying to smuggle components and technology out of the United States to Russia. So obviously with the amount of tech on demand, there's going to be more focus on those components to keep their missile production up. And obviously the response, and I know we had Toshi on here talking about it earlier when it comes in regards to Japan and their sanctions. And I mean, they also had a sanctions package, and the South Koreans are also moving in that direction. So the less tech that can get smuggled into Russia, it'll be easier to slow their production. Also, it would slow their production if the Russians stopped paying their people. Another story that fell under was the UAZ factory, which is like a car factory, had a protest this week because the Russians only paid them like $250 for their whole work experience for the month. So like 7 people were prosecuted or were indicted for holding that trade strike, as it were. And I mean, we'll see tonight when it comes to the 3 to 7 Tupolevs from the Caspian, if they are still able to produce KH-101s or any missiles in the same production numbers that they were previously. And with that, Mr. Bond, thank you for having me up. I got to drop down.
Okay, thanks very much for joining us, Randall. I see that we've been joined by a new speaker to the space, Om. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is an awesome conversation. As you said, I'm a newcomer with actually zero background, and if for no other purpose, when I saw the open source discussion, I thought it would be discussion on open source software, but this is equally an intriguing conversation. So some of my questions here may be coming out of the left field, even though they're completely non-partisan, right? So I guess I was just taking a little bit of a longer view of kind of the brief history of the past 100 years, right? There are barely any people alive, unless they're more than 105 years old, that were actually have any lived experience of the First World War. I think
so. Just so I normally run these conversations for 3 hours. I'm at 3:40, and just working through material. I'm not sure we have time for the last 100 years, but if you'd like to make a briefer point, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I guess the punchline is, sometimes things are not what they seem, and to the extent that we agree with the premise that the continuation of the war is not conducive to a more vibrant world. What are the things that need to happen, and how, as we, informed civilians, what can we do to make that happen? I'm assuming that there are some, bigger moves of the chess set up here that may not be meeting the eye around whether it's power dynamic in the world and a relic of the Cold War. How can we individually influence closure of this chapter of the Ukrainian war?
Sure. So I appreciate that you prefaced it by saying, your question is neutral. You've wandered into a space where, everybody here is a supporter of Ukraine. So you're going to get a response that's in line with that, which is, I think most of us have concluded that, significant, if not total, victory on the battlefield is the point to aim for Ukraine. And so we primarily focus on the flow and advocacy for weapons and support to enable that, and that it's that outcome that will create conditions where talks can actually begin. I'm sure you may, when you talk about things that aren't as widely discussed, you're probably interested in more of a broad geopolitical discussion. Most of us have been following this in extremely close detail for more than a year now. So we had all those conversations a couple of months ago. And there are some spaces that still have them. I just don't know that we'll get into much right now beyond encourage, if you can agree with the idea that Ukrainian success on the battlefield can be will be a good outcome, then the question is, how do we as individuals assist with that? We live in countries all around the world. So for the most part, we, besides individual initiatives like our speakers earlier, who are directly raising funds to buy reconnaissance drones and medical supplies and so on, I think most of the individual effort is on the front of contacting local political reps to voice your continued support. Presuming you're in a country that supports it, voice your continued support for it. To that end, I know that Angry Ants wanted to highlight one or two initiatives that are coming up in the next little while that would support Ukraine. Angry, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Michael, and I think it's a great segment to that, and this week is a great week to talk about advocacy. And to the last speaker, I think that for anybody who lives in a democracy, who believes in freedom, who believes in anti-colonialism, in the idea of a country's right to have their own borders and not be infringed on them, what you can do is you can use that freedom that you have in your local democracy, in your individual democracy, to try and create change. And that's why we live in countries that are free and fair for the most part. If you don't, we can work on that. But here in America, that's what I focus on the most. But each one of you can take these lessons and use them in your own country if you have the ability to reach out to your members of Congress or your parliament, representatives, whatever you call it in your own country, right? Right now, I think this week was a great example of the need to continue to support Ukraine vocally in the United States. there's a lot of conversations about the support for F-16s, the support for a lot of stuff, and I'm by no means happy enough with how fast things are going. But I also work in the world of politics and legislation and strategic advocacy here in Washington D.C. And the speed of things is always dictated by how much support they have, how much public opinion, etc. So there's three things that I want to really quickly talk about for anybody who's in America. You can always my profile picture. There's a pinned tweet. It's a little advocacy guide on how to reach out to your members of Congress and your senators and your member of Congress. In particular, about two resolutions, and this will help. It's voicing the Congress's sense of victory in Ukraine, and what that means is a resolution is working to be passed. They'll voice the support of full victory in Ukraine, and this was already introduced. But what we need to do right now is gain as many co-sponsors as possible. So every day, if you want to take 5 minutes out of your day to really do something that can impact Ukraine, even if you have a member who doesn't support Ukraine in the public, but in particular, if they do support Ukraine, call them every day until you get to know their staffers and ask them to co-sponsor these two resolutions. The numbers and everything are on my page. The House resolution is House 332, and the Senate resolution is 172. Very easy things to do. It takes 5 minutes to make those 3 phone calls. And if you really want to get radical and in front line, there's some Ukrainian groups, and there's other. I've got some posts on this too, and these are official events. There's a large advocacy event that's being planned on the 14th and 15th in Washington D.C. This is a critical time for us to voice our opinion and voice our support for Ukraine. And I cannot explain that to you guys enough. For someone who talks to members of Congress every day, we've got to do better. We've got to get vocal. We've got to get the people who support Ukraine being vocal. So come to Washington, D.C., 14th and 15th. Sign up through the link that's on my page, and I'll share it with Michael. But you'll get trained. You'll be able to talk to your members of Congress. You'll be able to spend time with other people. This is one of those, get enough money in the gas tank and be part of history, be part of supporting freedom, democracy, and stopping a colonialistic billionaire dictator that's hell-bent and taking freedom away from their neighbor, Ukraine.
Thanks for highlighting those. I agree. And I put, because I'm interested in the legal, political side.
Michael, your mic a little bit. It's
Okay, I'll get 1 second.
And we'll just wait for 1 second before Michael comes back. But Angry Ant, you make some really great points about what people can do in their own communities, regardless of what country you're in. If it's the U.S., there's legislation that's pending. There are members of Congress on the Senate and House side that you can get in touch with. Canada, whatever country you reside in, you have the ability to contact your representatives and make your voice heard. We have to, the idea of keeping pressure on to be supportive of, efforts to stand behind Ukraine in the ways that we have been thus far. Keeping the pressure on is pretty critical. And I think back.
Can I add just one thing? If you have written to your member of Congress or senator and you've gotten a response, if you could DM it to me if you feel comfortable doing that. I'm collecting as many responses as possible, especially the ones that like to talk about escalation and things like that. I would appreciate it because we're going to be using them in a couple of weeks for the right kind of action.
Okay. Well, thanks for highlighting those initiatives. I added to the nest copy of the Ukrainian Victory Resolution for those who might be interested in it, because while I support Ukraine's success, anytime somebody says to me, support this legislative initiative, I like to understand what it is. So, I don't want to take your guys' support for granted. So anyway, the copy of the text is in the nest, particularly for those who are in the United States. Okay, just timing front. I wanted to get through just a couple of like diplomacy, political prisoner points, and then maybe highlight some developments in China quickly so that China doesn't always get kicked down the road. So that might be another 10 or 15 minutes, but we'll see how it goes. I'll go fairly quickly. Starting with the second item in the nest, the American journalist Evan Gershkovich, who worked for, I believe it was the Wall Street Journal. He is in custody, and the latest news on that front is that he has been denied consular access, so access to advice from U.S. diplomats on how to deal with his situation, which, you know, is unfair, unjust. But anyway, that is the update on his state. And by the way, I like highlighting these things because obviously I have an interest in the law, but it strikes me that Russia is really just like, people talk about the lack of political freedom. I don't know that if you're not paying close attention to it, you would realize that there are now daily multiple cases of like blatant injustice happening in Russia. People being charged or investigated for the slightest indication that they might present political opposition, and that the rule of law, political or legal process seems like it's really going out the window. So this is why I'm trying to highlight these things. So third item in the nest, just on the diplomatic front, apparently this week, a representative of the United Nations named Virginia Gamba, who does work on children's matters, decided to travel to Russia, and in doing so met with Maria Lvova-Belova, who is the one individual who was charged with war crimes for the kidnapping, deportation of Ukrainian children along with Putin. And so there's quite an uproar going up among those who have heard about it that the UN would choose to, justify or sort of implicitly endorse the authority of a person who's charged with war crimes. But it hasn't been getting a lot of coverage. I've only seen this one reference to it, so I wanted to bring it to your attention because I think that's an important issue. Going back to the subject of repression, the fourth item in the nest, it's a coverage by the BBC, where laws have now been changed so that any soldier who is absent without leave or deserts can now be, if they, in addition to that, if they surrender without being grievously wounded, then if they come back into Russian custody, they can be sentenced up to 10 years in prison for surrendering, which I don't know if that violates the Geneva Convention. Because I understand you can't interfere with the right to surrender of a fighter of an opposing side. Whether you can criminalize the surrender of your own troops, I don't know what the legal implications are for that, but it's only just occurred to me now, so I'll have to go and look at that. But I certainly don't think it's a good sign. The fifth item back in the nest, the U.S. announced 2 days ago significant new sanctions on Russia, including, I believe that included crackdowns on the diamond trading industry and lots of, narrower tech products. So if you wanted to understand in detail, the press release from the Treasury Department is included in that fifth tweet back in the nest from Daniel Fried. And then on the sanctions front, the sixth item back, in particular, sanctions have been placed on 3 shipping companies who are believed to have been involved in the theft of Ukrainian grain. This is among the various sanctions. I wanted to highlight this in particular because in discussion of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, we often have talked about the ability to track and limit grain theft. And so this is the first step I've seen at all on that front. So I think that's encouraging that they are trying to pursue it at the sanctions level in any event. Final item in this block, seventh item back in the nest, is a study that has been done that believes that Russia has lost 50,000 scientists in the last 5 years. Now, I'm not sure how many of those were in the period during COVID. I suspect that it's increased considerably as there's been concern about crackdown on the ability to emigrate during the war. But 50,000 scientists is going to be a massive hit to the ability of Russia to maintain its arms industry and obviously to its economy as a whole on a longer time scale. I'll put up just a handful of additional diplomatic items, then I'll move on to China, and then we'll wrap up. So the first of these, which should populate in the nest in just a moment, is last week I had briefly referred to the fact that there are a whole bunch of peace initiatives that are coming through Kiev and Moscow in the next couple of weeks, including an initiative from a group of African countries. There's also a mission being put forward by the Vatican, and China, of course, has proposed its own peace plan. At the same time, I think even Brazil has come out and tried to act as a peace broker. And so the fact that Zelensky is now proposing that a summit be held on the peace process on Ukrainian terms is significant. And I understand that's one item that he raised with world leaders at the G7 summit. So at this point, I don't have any more detail on specifically what's proposed for July, but it's I wanted to bring it to all of your attention. It's something to keep your eye on. And so, by the way, the first item in the nest now should be a link to all of those peace initiatives that I referred to, Chinese, African, and from the Vatican. Looking at the third item in the nest, because we do keep an eye on the broader region, including influence in countries like Georgia and Moldova. Just today, there was a very large rally in support of EU integration in Moldova. And the EU in the last month or so has made moves to speed up the integration of several countries. And so I think that has offered hope to several that remain in candidate status. And to the extent that some of these countries like Moldova or perhaps more so Georgia, there's debate about their desire to join the EU. Big demonstrations like this go a long way to moving those initiatives forward. Fourth item in the nest. I thought this was an interesting angle. For those who didn't know, Russia had dropped restrictions that it had on direct flights to the country of Georgia. Those restrictions had been in place for something like 4 or 5 years. And people were wondering what the purpose was. Why would they drop them now? Was it an attempt to gain greater influence over Georgian politics by trying to normalize relations? It wasn't clear. And so this fourth item in the nest, it turns out, now it's not obvious that this is the only reason why they've resumed direct flights to Georgia, but apparently Lavrov, who is the Russian foreign minister, apparently his daughter was invited to a wedding. Now, I don't know whose wedding it was, but it's very funny timing that if Russia was doing it for other purposes and then Lavrov's daughter just happened to have made plans to attend at the very first possible moment that direct flights were permitted, is a little bit suspicious. So some are suggesting that it might have been as cynical as resuming flights with Georgia just so the foreign minister's daughter can attend. in any event, that wedding actually wound up being canceled and not proceeding. And there were significant protests at the airport that resulted in, semi-violent crackdown by the police. There's video out there of the fighting and crackdown on the protesters if you're interested in it. But it does show that sort of the following the proposed changes to the Georgian legal system that drew many thousands of protesters out early this year, that there is sort of a continued battle over the future of Georgia. So that is worth keeping your eye on. Fifth item back in the nest, Russia a few weeks ago decided to press charges against prosecutors from the International Criminal Court, which is ridiculous and kind of outrageous. Apparently the charges are something like malicious prosecution or prosecution without sufficient charge. And now Russia has taken the step of adding the International Criminal Court prosecutors to its wanted list, potentially recreating the scenario behind the book Red Notice, where Bill Browder was put on the Interpol watch list and detained several times on Russia's say-so on unjustifiable claims. And it looks like Russia may be trying to recreate that now for the criminal court prosecutors. Last point on the diplomatic front, when I talk about the collapse of the rule of law, interestingly, in Belarus, they're trying to crack down on lawyers who represent opposition or human rights advocates. Sorry, I'm just looking for one more source in the background. Human rights advocates. So they're essentially trying to deprive people of legal representation. This mirrors what we've seen in Russia, where, for example, the lawyer of Vladimir Kara-Murza, after Kara-Murza's conviction, felt compelled to flee Russia because he was told that he was being investigated. And there was actually another instance. There was another instance in Russia in the last week or so where they were actually trying to press charges against a lawyer for failing to testify against her own client. And so that's the level of manipulation of the rule of law that we've gotten to. So last set of items, I'll put them in the nest on China because I found these interesting. The first of which is an article from the Washington Post, and in it they provide the commentary that they believe that there's a growing argument in China that in fact the war is not a distraction to the United States, and I guess thinking it was a distraction, that's a good thing. It allows China more freedom of action. It allows them to build up their forces while the U.S. is, spending treasure. But this quote suggests there's an increasing movement in China that sees the war as strengthening America's alliances in Europe, and that creates long-term trouble for China, and that this is a growing view, which is interesting. Now, how that plays out in terms of China's position on the war in Ukraine, whether that leads them to bring more pressure to bear on Russia, remains to be seen. But that's the first I've been hearing about that sort of change in Chinese opinion. Sorry, just scrolling through the nest now to get to it. So running through these last items on China quickly. The first item in the nest is a report on the fact that Wagner has apparently purchased large numbers of helmets and protective equipment from China, which people are paying close attention to. This is not lethal aid. This kind of mirrors the approach of countries like Turkey, who continue trade with Russia, but also sell weapons to Ukraine. So I don't think anybody is, calling foul on the sale of helmets, but it does beg the question about whether there are further transfers that are kept secret, because there were earlier reports that Wagner had privately approached China about the provision of lethal weapons. So that's an item that a lot of people are keeping their eyes on. Second item in the nest, there was a China Central Asia Summit. And we spoke on Thursday about the way that Russia for Victory Day had really leaned on its regional neighbors, CSTO members, to attend the May Day parade in Moscow. And did that suggest greater support from the region? Interestingly, when China set up this Central Asian summit, it did not invite Russia, and representatives from Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan all attended, including, senior leadership. The suggestion being that because Russia didn't have a seat at that table, it's, undercutting all of their appearance at the May Day parade, suggesting that many of them would be happy to cooperate with China over Russia. Okay, I think maybe the very last two items here. These don't relate to Ukraine. They're more about sort of global geopolitics, but they certainly will have huge knock-on effects. These are items flowing from the G7 summit, and many of us have heard conversation about the Belt and Road Initiative that China has pushed heavily around the world over the last decade or so. Well, interestingly, the G7 has come out with a proposal for something called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, which is intended to be a G7 alternative to the Belt and Road. And so I haven't had time to dig into the details. This one just crossed my radar yesterday. But for those of you interested in economics, geopolitics, that's one to watch to see whether it can be used as a competitor that could, be the G7 offering investment around the world in a way that excludes China. Last point, further to that conversation about the Belt and Road, if you have a look at the fourth item back in the nest, it's an article from Fortune magazine where they say that China has begun to call in loans that it made under the Belt and Road Initiative in dozens of countries around the world. And apparently loans that were made in association with that program for countries to build infrastructure intended to support the transit network, they total more than $1 trillion. And in many cases, they're to some of the world's least developed countries. And this is why China would be calling those debts now, because it doesn't seem like they're calling the debts in an effort. There's been talk about them calling debts as a strategy at moments when the debtors can't pay in an effort to seize greater control of infrastructure. But given that they're calling it now in dozens of countries at the same time, it's led to questions about their commitment to the continued expansion of the project. Because to the extent that the bill now seems to be coming due for many of the participants, it would seem to be disincentive for new countries to sign up. And it's actually been suggested that this may be a sign of increasing economic weakness in China that just may not be all that apparent to outsiders, but that it could be sort of a leading indicator of their concern about access to foreign capital and particularly liquidity. So this, just at the moment when the G7 is launching its own initiative, it may be that China has to begin scaling back its Belt and Road in a way that could have significant long-term consequences. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. So you guys have listened to me essentially just read the news for the last half an hour. Hopefully it was entertaining to highlight some things that I don't think a lot of people are talking about, but I keep my eye on. I guess last points. This week, Exit could not join us. Exit prepares the geolocation challenge. I have been told that one person managed to solve the challenge. It was a particularly difficult one. I think it's been outstanding for 2 weeks now. Because she couldn't join us, she said, since only one person has solved it, if you still want a puzzle, you can keep cracking away at that one. And that she intends to have a new one for us next week. And the only other things to note are just a reminder that Aaron has his space tonight, so he discusses similar content on Ukraine in a little bit more relaxed conversational format. I believe that starts at 10 o'clock Eastern time. And finally, I'll remind everybody that our next conversation, and thanks very much to Jacoby for having put the most recent geolocation puzzle in the nest. So if you wanted to take a crack at solving that, it's up there for you. And then finally, our next conversation will be Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. I do hold these spaces every Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern and Thursday at 9 p.m. So I look forward to chatting with you guys all then. Thanks very much to you for all coming to listen. Thanks to all of the speakers. I think that essentially all of our speakers have been following events in Ukraine for a very long time, and I'd encourage you to check out their profiles. I think most of them are worth a follow. Particular thanks, even though he's not with us anymore, he's getting much deserved sleep. Many thanks to Language Learner for coming to chat with us about his TCCC in Ukrainian program. And it was fascinating hearing about his experiences in Ukraine. And finally, thanks very much to my co-hosts, Riverside Kitty and Jacoby. Without your guys' support, it would be extremely hard to run these spaces. So I look forward to seeing you all on Thursday, and have a great night.